Chapter 767. Caroline didn't have any dreams because she only wanted one thing, and that was to make a lot of money. Strictly speaking, becoming rich should be one of her dreams. But in this world, there was probably no one who didn't want to be rich. So in this way, wanting to make money didn't seem to be a dream worth bragging about. Her life was so simple that it was very common in this country where the conflict between poverty and wealth was sharp. When she was 3 years old, her father was unfortunately hit by a stray bullet in an armed conflict and died. Later, she heard from her mother that her father was sent to the hospital but failed to be resuscitated. But after Caroline grew up, she seriously doubted that it was because the family couldn't afford it. She had almost no impression of the man who gave her life. Only when she got along with her mother later, and through her mother's occasional memories, did she know a little about this man. He had been running around for money all his life, and in the end he lost his life because he didn't have money. Caroline felt that in this world, only money could give her a sense of security. Later, when she was 5 years old, her mother remarried to an old man in his 40s. This old man was naturally poor when he was young. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until he was in his 40s to save enough money to take a wife. Moreover, he was just a widow with a young child like Caroline's mother. As for young girls, the old man who later became her stepfather could only look at them and sigh. It was still because he didn't have money. Of course, she felt that this old man was really good to her mother. Her stepfather ran a motorcycle repair shop. It wasn't big and the business wasn't good, but it was enough to maintain the family's livelihood. It was just that Caroline hated this kind of life. She couldn't bear the stench of the engine oil. She couldn't bear the feeling when the old man touched her head with his hands stained with engine oil. His hands looked as horrible as if they had been soaked in a stinking ditch for 3 days and 3 nights. She envied those girls who could wear beautiful clothes and sit in cars. Every time Caroline saw a child about her age in a car on the road, leaning against the car window and looking at her through the glass, she would deliberately put her hands behind her back. At the same time, she tried to hide one foot with a hole in her shoe behind the other foot. She didn't want others to see her dark palms and the black edges under her nails that couldn't be washed clean. She was even more unwilling to let others see that she was wearing shoes that exposed her toes. She watched the child go away in a very nice car, though she later learned that such cars were really very low grade, and looked at the buildings in front of her, which were worlds apart from the shanty town in which she lived, but which were laughably separated by only a street. Yes, it was just a street, not the end of the street, but only one side of the road and the other. Caroline wanted to be rich. In the end, her mother still gave birth to a child with her stepfather. To the family, this was naturally a huge expense. Because of the addition of a younger brother, the originally narrow room became even narrower. Caroline couldn't stand the sound of her new brother crying in the middle of the night. She could only move to the dirty maintenance room to sleep in the front hall of her house. Caroline hoped that she could become rich and at least have her own room. When she was 14, Caroline met a man. This man came to her stepfather's maintenance department to repair his car. She heard that this guy was a pimp. Having been in this place since she was a child, Caroline naturally knew what kind of profession a cart driver was. This man said that he could give her a chance to make a lot of money. Almost without any hesitation, Caroline agreed to the man. She remembered that the first business she took was on the night of her 14th birthday. Because she was too tired from work, her family went to bed early and obviously forgot that it was her birthday. Caroline didn't feel that selling her first time on her 14th birthday was a sad thing because the man told her that the first time could often sell for a high price. She didn't feel that selling her body was a cheap thing. Just like her stepfather, he also worked to make money. It was just that her stepfather sold his hands and she sold her body. For the first time, Caroline slept with an old man who was almost the same age as her stepfather. The old man was obviously infatuated with her body. Even after enjoying Caroline's first time, he kept in touch with her. Caroline began to meet more customers through the first pimp. She also began to communicate with other sex workers and learn more skills. She knew that if her skills were good enough, she could charge a lot more each time. She began to meet more pimps, and her source of customers gradually increased. At the age of 16, Caroline had started to work alone. Without the agent's referral fee, Caroline felt that she could really make more money. By the way, 16 was also the day she left home. There was no reason. It was just that her family knew about her work and made a big fuss. Oh yes, it was the night of her 16th birthday. 2 years after she sold her body for the first time on her 14th birthday. Originally, she planned to tell her mother that night that she already had the money to buy a decent 2-story building for their family to move in. Mr. Neymar's party? Caroline was putting on makeup in the living room. Because of the hot weather, she only wore a pair of underwear. There was an air conditioner here, but it was a second-hand product that consumed a lot of electricity. The electricity bill was also relatively expensive. The person talking to her was another woman who was in the same profession as her. She was only wearing underwear. Her name was Livia. She was older than Caroline, in her 20s or 30s. At this time, Livia was already wearing heavy makeup and was about to put on her stockings. Before this, Livia had just received a phone call. Now, she was telling Caroline about the phone call. Livia said, "Yes, they said they need 2 more women, and asked me if I want to go." "How much do they charge?" Caroline frowned. There were several kinds of parties. Some were purely for warming up the scene. Such parties generally didn't have any direct transactions, and they were just inviting women over to have fun. Of course, like Caroline, she could also discuss business with the party guests in private, but this could only depend on luck. Another kind was to book the place, which was equivalent to a group whore. Book the place and take the tip yourself, Livia said happily. Caroline thought about it for a while and felt that it was indeed a good job. Mr. Neymar was naturally nothing in the 7 or 8 slums in Rio. However, if it was only here, then he was the emperor of this place. In this era where gangs were everywhere, gangs controlled the slums, and the police were not allowed to enter. Neymar was naturally the master of the place where Caroline was. The guests invited to the party he held were naturally rich guys who were generous. Maybe the tip alone was much higher than the reward for the job. She could not even think of any reason for her to refuse. As for Neymar being a dangerous guy in the eyes of the Rio police, what did this have to do with Caroline? At least the uniformed police could not bring order to this place, but Neymar did. The country could provide protection to the residents of this place, and Neymar also did it. He even paid for the purchase of medicine, and even took care of homeless orphans. He also paid for the medical expenses of those who were seriously injured. "Then hurry up." "I've replied," Livia said. Caroline, who was biting the eyebrow pencil, made an okay gesture. She stood up and began to put on the black bra she had collected from the balcony. Then she began to spray perfume on her hair and neck. "Get in the car." Soon after, under the urging of Livia, Caroline hurriedly put on her high heels, got in the car driven by the introducer, and rushed to Neymar's home. Neymar's home was on a high slope, but he was still surrounded by simple, low houses. With Neymar's current wealth, it was obviously not a problem for him to move to the next rich area, and he could even buy a villa that even his wife could not help but sigh. But for Neymar, this was obviously the safest place for him. In the white villa, there was a large swimming pool. When Caroline and Livia followed the introducer and entered after the bodyguard in front of the door checked, a lot of people had gathered around the pool. Caroline saw some acquaintances here. Of course, the so-called acquaintances were her peers. She counted a little. Including herself, there were a total of 13 women. Perhaps there was something else in the villa that made men crazy at this moment. Caroline picked up a man who was quite capable last night and was busy until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. When she woke up in the morning, it was already afternoon. She didn't have time to eat, so she picked up the current business and rushed all the way. It was already 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and she was already hungry. Livia's situation was similar to hers. The two simply didn't look for their prey immediately. They prepared to eat something first. There was a lot of exquisite food next to the pool. Obviously, in Caroline's opinion, these food alone was enough to pay for this job. That guy, Livia, who was holding a plate of cold food, suddenly stopped eating and was slightly surprised. Caroline looked at her gaze and found that Livia was paying attention to a bald man with a thick beard. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Your guest? If I can do business with him, I guess I don't have to rent your house." Livia rolled her eyes at her friend and landlord without curiosity. "Then who is he?" Livia said his name is Joseph. He is the confidant of the boss of the poly slum next door. I heard that he used to fight in the underworld and killed a lot of people. He can even kill a bull with one punch. I saw him at a party the last time I worked in the poly slum next door. The host of the party was very respectful to him at that time. Strange. Why did this guy come to Boss Neymar's party? Could it be that the two bosses have some kind of cooperation? Caroline didn't care about the connection between these big shots. She just stared at Livia, which made her feel guilty. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like this?" Caroline said with a smile, "Livia, when did you pick up the job of the party next door? Why didn't I know?" "You can't blame me." Livia suddenly screamed exaggeratedly. "That day you had your period. You said you didn't have to work and wanted to go shopping alone. So I went there myself. I'm talking about you. I came back that day, but you didn't come back. You were so mysterious. Maybe you secretly took the job and didn't bring me? Your period was also fake, right? You're courting death. Don't you know my time?" Caroline snorted a few times, but she didn't continue to ask about Livia. The two women suddenly started to fight. Then they accidentally fell into the pool and splashed a lot of water. The men next to the pool whistled and walked toward them. The two women who just came out of the water obviously didn't expect that such a move would attract several men. They looked at the men who reached out to pull them. Looking at their fiery eyes, they knew that work was coming. "Don't fight with me. The two on the left are mine tonight. Watch me squeeze them dry." Livia smiled. Caroline shrugged. Apparently, she didn't have any opinion about this. The conditions of the men in this party were very good. Caroline was not like before. Now she was more inclined to quality. So she showed a charming smile and put her hand on the palm of a tanned but strong young man in front of her. "Well, he's quite handsome." When the water splashed out from the pool, Livia noticed the muscular man, Joseph, furrowed his brows and glanced outside the window. He didn't stop since he came in. Under the leadership of Neymar, he came to the study on the upper floor of the villa. "It's just the ladies playing below. Don't worry." Behind Joseph, an old but strong man with a graying beard smiled at this time. He was the gang leader of this place, Neymar. "Which one do you like? I'll have someone bring her up for you." Neymar smiled and said in a very hospitable manner, "Believe me, my friend, all of these girls today can satisfy you. Let's talk about playing after we finish the business." Joseph gave a simple reply. Then he turned around and stared at the third person in Neymar's study. There were only 3 people in this study at this moment. It was just a man with an Asian face who looked less than 30 years old. Asians were generally short in stature. This man was not out of this category. In terms of height, he was probably only as tall as Joseph's chest. But Joseph obviously didn't underestimate any of the others' actions at this time because he knew the origin of this man, which was his main purpose in coming to Neymar's territory. "Are you Mr. Song?" Joseph asked seriously. The man smiled slightly, stood up, and said politely, "Hello, I'm Song Haran." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Joseph." Chapter 768. Iris Flowers was an underground armed force active in Latin America. In theory, the nature of the Iris Flowers was similar to international mercenaries. However, unlike mercenaries, the Iris Flowers had their own territory under their control. So, strictly speaking, it was possible to describe the Iris Flowers as a warlord. In addition, unlike other mercenaries who would come wherever there was business, the Iris Flowers basically would not leave the South American plate. from arms, drugs, and even subverting the regime of a small country. The iris flowers could give its partners very satisfactory results. Legend had it that the owner behind the iris flowers seemed to be an Asian. But what nationality this Asian originally was a mystery. But whether he was an Asian or not, it was no longer important for the forces looking for the iris flowers to cooperate, because the iris flowers army had spent nearly 30 years to prove one thing to all the shady forces and parties in Latin America. There was nothing they couldn't do. Of course, efficiency, guaranteed success, and good reputation also meant high costs. If he wanted to hire iris flower or buy something from iris flower, he would have to be prepared to bleed himself. Before coming to boss Neymar's place, Joseph's boss had already told him not to have any conflicts with the people sent by iris flower. Even if the deal didn't go through in the end, he shouldn't be unhappy. Because just like how a good reputation could convince people, the terrifying revenge of iris flower could also make people tremble in fear. Joseph's boss also spent a lot of money this time to ask Neymar to come forward and contact the iris flowers people. That was why they had this meeting. The actions of the boss of a district naturally attracted countless attention. Joseph's boss could not easily leave his territory. This boss had a lot of enemies. Once he left his territory, he would be attacked at any time. Not to mention the meeting. Being able to survive was a problem. Therefore, he sent his most trusted subordinate, Joseph. At this time, after a simple introduction, Joseph sat down next to Song Hauran under Neymar's greeting. Before he had time to speak, Neymar poured a few cups of cachaca, a kind of sugarcane wine, to liven up the atmosphere. Cachaca! Haha, I like its sweetness. Song Hauran leisurely picked up his wine glass. Song, my good friend. Later, I'll get someone to bring you a box of good quality as a souvenir. Neymar burst into laughter. But now, why don't we listen to my other friend, Joseph? Of course, your friend is also my friend. Song Hauran looked at Joseph and raised his glass. Mr. Joseph, I hope we can have a pleasant conversation. I also hope to become a friend of Iris Flower. Joseph smiled. I'm sorry. Due to some special reasons, my boss can't come in person. Song Hauran said indifferently, we understand very well, so it doesn't matter. The leaders of all forces naturally needed to be in a safe environment. Whether it was because they were afraid of death or because they wanted to maintain the stability of their forces, it was the same. Even the master behind Iris Flower would not easily show up. Mr. Song, you're so young, but you've become the staff officer of Iris Flower. It's really amazing. Joseph praised directly. It could be seen that he was not used to such compliments, and his expression was somewhat unnatural. Song Hauran did not mind and said casually, it's nothing special. In fact, I'm just a businessman outside. So, Mr. Joseph, I heard from my friend Neymar that your boss intends to buy a batch of good goods from us. What do you mean by good? It's enough to equip 250 people according to the configuration of the regular army. Joseph said directly. Song Hauran glanced at Neymar with a dark expression. However, Neymar, who was already old and no longer ambitious, frowned and asked subconsciously, equip 250 people? Joseph, this is not something needed for a small fight. Your boss, what does he want to do? Boss Neymar, I came here this time just to talk about this business. Joseph shook his head and said, what my boss wants to do, he has his own plans. Even I can't know too much. As if. Neymar sneered in his heart, but he did not continue to ask. The interests between the slums were complicated. Although the area where he and Joseph lived was not hostile, it was not an alliance either. It could only be said that the relationship between them was not bad, and they were close to each other. They often had dealings with each other. 250 people is not a small number. Song Hauran was playing with a silver ring on his index finger at this time, while looking at Joseph with a faint smile. Mr. Joseph should know that this country has been much stricter recently, right? Especially after the Olympic Games were just held here. Although some places have begun to relax, the resistance is much greater than before. The price is not a problem. Joseph said quite generously, "and I also believe in the ability of iris flower. Otherwise, iris flower would not have become a legend in Latin America." Song Haran was silent for a while and suddenly said, "In addition, I don't know if Mr. Joseph needs anything else." When Joseph heard this, his eyes suddenly became hot. He licked his lips and asked directly, "Heavy firepower, can you buy it? For example, RPGs? We recently have a batch of good javelin missiles on hand, but the price can't be cheap." Song Haran thought for a while. "Javelin missiles? What goods? If it's British goods, we don't want it." Joseph's eyes lit up. "Of course, it's an American product." Song Haran smiled. Joseph grinned and said, "I said the price is not a problem. We can even use our products to pay back if you are willing." Song Haran shook his head and said, "We also have samples of your goods. The purity is not good and there is no market. It's better to use cash. In addition, we only want dollars or euros. You should know that." "Of course. Then the price?" Joseph asked again. Song Haran said, "We will talk about the price later. Now, please allow me to go to the bathroom. I think I may have mixed too much water on the plane." With that, Song Haran stood up, tidied up his clothes, and walked to the bathroom in the room. Joseph frowned until Song Haran had entered the bathroom. He stared at Neymar and whispered, "Boss Neymar, it seems that this Mr. Song Haran is not a person who can make decisions." Neymar lowered his voice and said, "Believe me, my friend, Song Haran is a person who can make decisions. Maybe he really wants to go to the bathroom." "No way." Joseph was silent, but he also knew that Neymar was a cunning old fox. Even if he received enough benefits, he would not help others with all his strength. If it weren't for his boss having no other choice and having to go through Neymar to establish a relationship with iris flowers, his boss would never look for Neymar. Joseph drank the cachaca in the cup with some annoyance. Caroline once again realized that a man couldn't simply look at the appearance. She hadn't reached the peak of her excitement yet. This strong man had already thrown away his armor and laid on top of her, gasping for breath. He even self-righteously asked some idiotic questions, such as if he was very strong and had a lot of strength. However, for the sake of the tip given by this man, she didn't mind feigning civility with this man. She even very considerately cleaned up the props he used to commit a crime, his mouth. Many men liked this very much. Naturally, Caroline got a second tip from this man. She kissed the man on the cheek very enthusiastically, then put on her clothes and left. She planned to go back to the pool to see if she could find another target. The reward for booking was fixed. Of course, it was much higher than the general 1 or 2 transactions. However, if she could get more tips in the same time, it would naturally be better. Otherwise, Livia wouldn't have entered the room with the 2 men. Livia's highest record was with 4 men at the same time. Caroline knew that Livia had a strange idea, which was to debut as a porn star. It was just that she seemed to have slept with a lot of so-called producers, but she had never found a way. The room next to the door was Livia's battlefield. The door was unlatched and a crack could be seen. Caroline glanced through the crack in the door. On the bed, Livia was lying on her stomach. Behind her, a man was thrusting hard and even kept slapping her buttocks. Livia, who was very good at responding, naturally responded with a lewd cry. At the same time, she quickly used her mouth to service the other man standing by the bed. Livia seemed to see Caroline peeking through the crack in the door, so she blinked and sent a message. "I can finish these 2 soon." Caroline nodded and closed the door gently. She combed her hair with her fingers and suddenly frowned. The end of her hair was sticky, and Caroline showed a chagrined expression. This sticky thing was naturally the masterpiece left behind by the man when he shot it at her face very violently at the last moment. Maybe I should clean it when I go back to the pool. There was no mistress in Mr. Neymar's house. It was said that he had a wife and children, but his wife and children lived elsewhere. This was basically where Mr. Neymar and a few of his men lived. As for parties like this, in the open gong gong place, guests could use it at will, except that they couldn't go to the upper floor of the villa. Even if they wanted to go up, they had to ask the 2 bodyguards in front of the upper stairs if they were willing. Caroline glanced at the guy smoking in front of the stairs from a distance and showed a teasing look. After the 2 bodyguards showed a burning gaze, she walked directly into an empty room. Although there was no one, the bed was very messy. Obviously, a man and a woman had fought here not long ago. However, the bathroom seemed to be empty. Caroline secretly praised herself for being lucky. She didn't know why, but she didn't like to use the bathroom that others had used but hadn't cleaned yet. Opening the bathroom curtains, Caroline wanted to see if there were any peeping guys outside. In fact, she didn't care about being seen naked. What she cared about was whether there was a reward after being seen. She didn't have the habit of showing her naked body to men for free. There was a nice courtyard outside the bathroom. It was very quiet and comfortable. Caroline looked at it and whistled, wondering if she should bring her next target here. Perhaps doing it in the open would make the other party feel more excited. Would the tip be higher? With this thought, Caroline felt as if someone was looking at her. She subconsciously raised her head and looked at the opposite upper floor. Sure enough, she saw someone looking at the bathroom window on this side. That man. Caroline was startled. She recognized the man standing in front of the window with his palms still on the glass. He was Joseph, the trusted subordinate of the boss of the neighboring territory that Libya had mentioned to her before. In fact, Caroline was unwilling to do business with the higher-ups of this kind of gang. Dealing with these guys also meant that she was in danger. She didn't want a group of guys to suddenly break in and kill her while she was in bed with this man. Similar things happened almost every day in this city. The last way to refuse was to close the bathroom curtains. However, to Caroline's horror, Joseph showed a painful expression at this time. He even slapped the glass frantically with his palm. A knife pierced directly into Joseph's neck from the side at this time. Blood splattered directly on the glass window. At the same time, Caroline also saw another face. A man looks like an Asian? Did he see me? Caroline was still trembling at this time, but it was more because she recalled the scene that happened a few hours ago. The tingling sensation caused by the club's beautiful maid instilling thoughts into her had long disappeared. Of course, she also had lingering fears about that feeling. At this time, she naturally didn't dare to tease the club owner in front of her anymore. Instead, she was much more well-behaved. There was also a lot of food in front of her. It looked, smelled, and tasted good. It was what the maid had just brought out. But how could Caroline have any appetite at this time? She just stared nervously at the club owner. She was just a weak sex worker in the slums. She didn't have anyone backing her up. Even if she died on the streets, there would be no one to collect her body. Once she left this mysterious shop, she might be captured by men who were looking for her outside. There was only one outcome waiting for her. She knew very well that only this young man could save her at this time. Boss Luo, who was good at listening, smiled slightly after listening to Caroline's description. "So, Miss Caroline saw the murderer's appearance, right?" Caroline said in a panic. "In fact, I couldn't see clearly at all. It was a little far away, and the glass was a little blurred with blood at that time." "That's really unfortunate." Luaccio smiled and said, "Encountering such a thing. So, what does Miss Caroline want to buy from us? Do you want us to protect you? Or do you want us to help you solve this matter and let you be safe? Or something else? Can I do anything?" Caroline was panicking. Boss Luo said indifferently, "Of course, all right. You can buy whatever you want. The key is that you have to think about what you want. Then, let the murder not trouble me first. You know, people like me don't want to get involved in this kind of trouble at all. I won't speak carelessly," Caroline said without thinking. Chapter 769. Why did he become like this? Momo breathed with difficulty. Along with this action, a terrible pain came from his punctured lung. He even had the urge to faint from the pain. Compared to the serious injury on his body, his sweat-soaked clothes were nothing. His scattered bangs fell in front of Momo's eyes, but didn't cover the enemies in front of him. Although they were enemies a few days ago, some good guys called him Taoist brother with great enthusiasm. But now they were facing each other with life and death. When he went down the mountain, his teacher warned him that the world was not as peaceful as it looked. He didn't turn up his nose at it, but listened to his teacher carefully. However, what he went through in Louis Village by the seaside made him see the evil of human nature. He became more careful, and each step was as thin as ice. He was afraid that he would be consigned to eternal damnation and forget his original intention. In his opinion, the immortal path was ethereal. If he didn't have a heart that couldn't be worn down, how could he touch the carefree realm beyond the mortal world? Attaining the Tao with strength? Defeating 10 with strength? As long as I have a high cultivation, I can break through the heavens? How can I become an immortal if I don't defy the heavens? In Momo's opinion, these were just the fantasies of those cultivators who were possessed by Qigong deviation in ancient times. Although the survival of the fittest was in accordance with nature, it was ultimately filled with hostility as it relied on the survival of the fittest. There was no celestial atmosphere to speak of, not to mention that the mortals in the secular world, who only knew the so-called straightforwardness, were just self-deceiving in their short lives. In the end, they forgot who they were. They weren't pitiful. They were just mortals at best. Ordinary meant ordinary. Ordinary meant that there were all kinds of flaws. That was all. However, he had always forgotten that even those who cultivated the Tao and became transcendents were originally mortals. Since it was rooted in the mortal soil, it would be extremely difficult to get rid of its mortal nature. Perhaps only a pure person like Jean Eyre was most suitable for the path of the Great Tao. Otherwise, Jean Eyre would not have gotten the lucky chance that disturbed the entire Penglai meeting of Mount Tai. Because in terms of strength, Jean Eyre was not even qualified to show his face among the cultivators and the demon tribe of Kelowna. Momo glanced at Jean Eyre, who was lying on his back. He had been in a coma for several days since he touched the white jade edict in the mysterious underground palace. In the beginning, Momo didn't know what this white jade edict was. Back then, a strange phenomenon had suddenly appeared in Mount Songli. Almost all the Taoists and demons who had already arrived had gone to inquire about it. Momo was no exception. As for Jean Eyre, Momo was afraid of danger, so he didn't take him with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the face to see Senior Young Taizi if something happened to Jean Eyre. Senior Young Taizi asked him to bring Jean Eyre to the Penglai meeting in Mount Tai to broaden his knowledge. Since Momo agreed, he would definitely ensure Jean Eyre's safety. But Jean Eyre had always been a youngster. Later on, he followed them here alone. After Momo found it, he was both angry and amused. But in the end, he could only take him with him. On the third day after the strange phenomenon appeared, all the Taoists and demons gathered here got nothing. Even the successor of the linen gown sect, who claimed to know everything in the world, didn't deduce anything. However, it was precisely because of Jean Eyre's absurd action that such a difficult problem that everyone had no clue about had obtained a breakthrough. A week ago, Momo's search team was carrying out a repetitive search. The journey was boring. Jean saw a cricket and wanted to catch it to play with. For some unknown reason, he had actually entered a mystic realm that had never appeared before. Later on, after the research of some seniors and the successor of the linen gown sect, they knew that this secret realm had always existed, but it was hidden by a powerful illusion formation. The entrance of this illusion formation kept moving without any trace, and each time it stayed for a short period of time. But such a mysterious moving entrance was found because of Jean Eyre's playful action. Their search team even broke into a mysterious palace. Inside the palace, there were many dangers, and every step was frightening, but only Jean managed to obtain a white jade edict without knowing it. The white jade edict was miraculous. No matter what method he used, he could not destroy it in the slightest. In the end, it turned into an edict that was directly imprinted on Jean Eyre's back. After that, Jean Eyre fell into a coma and could not wake up. After the search team came out, Momo found several seniors who had a good relationship with the Celestial Master sect in Dragon Tiger Mountain to check Jean Eyre's condition. He asked them to guard the entrance and let the other Taoists and demons in to check. After this round of research, they obtained a shocking piece of news. This was a temporary residence built by the great Emperor of Dongyu, and that edict was related to entering the cave residence of the great Emperor who controlled the god of Een souls. Everyone speculated that they might be able to find the reason why the underworld was closed in the cave residence. They might even be able to get the great Emperor's inheritance. To the Tao world of the Divine Land and the Demon Clan, such an amazing opportunity was like a plate of delicacies in front of a starving man. In the beginning, everyone seemed to be able to endure. But one day later, the place where Jean Eyre was ambushed 13 times. Someone, or perhaps a demon, wanted to kidnap Jean Eyre and take this amazing opportunity in their hands. In the beginning, Momo could still defend with the Taoists who were on good terms with him. But 3 days later, Momo angrily found that those who were on the same side as him had turned against him. Fortunately, he discovered it in time, bringing Jean Eyre to escape in a hurry. However, he himself also suffered extremely serious injuries, fleeing all the way to this dangerous place. On a peak of a mountain in Mount Tai, in front of Momo, 2 summoned golden lightning lions had fallen to the ground. They were dispirited and looked like they would disappear at any time, and he was using the 1,000-year peach with sword to support his body. Jean Eyre was still in a deep sleep. He was tied to his back with a cloth strip and brought out from the camp. Fortunately, he wasn't injured, but he was in a desperate situation. Taoist Momo, let's stop here. A Taoist in his 40s wearing a dark, gray Taoist robe sighed and said, "Hand him over, and we'll study the secrets of the edict together. We'll find the great Emperor's cave mansion, and then we'll see what we can get from the cave mansion. Aren't you too greedy if you want to take it all for yourself?" Momo snorted. The rumor that he wanted to take the edict for himself had been spread all over Mount Tai. He didn't know who spread the rumor, but it didn't matter now. He wasn't sure if he could get through the current crisis. The successor of the cloth Taoist said that the edict is connected to Jean Eyre's soul. It was that edict that chose Jean Eyre, so this was his opportunity. Since it belongs to someone else, it doesn't belong to you. It's useless to snatch it. Ridiculous. Only capable people can get the precious treasure. This ignorant kid doesn't even have intelligence. How can we waste the great Emperor's inheritance like this? I started cultivating when I was 5 years old. Now, I've been cultivating for 73 years. Such a divine item should naturally fall into my hands. A Taoist stepped forward. Momo gritted his teeth. Although he didn't like what the Taoist said, this Taoist was the most powerful one among them. He was in the same generation as Momo's unreliable teacher. Before this happened, Momo even respectfully called him martial uncle. I've said that the edict belongs to Jean Eyre. As for how to deal with this chance, we have to wait for him to wake up. We can't use any means to pressure him. Let him make his own choice. Momo gritted his teeth. So tired. I've lost too much blood. Even a Taoist like him, who strengthened his body with his magic power, couldn't bear it. So tired, why do I have to persist? Momo felt the pain coming from his lungs. He had countless thoughts in his mind. He wanted him to give up or even accept their suggestion. Wouldn't it be better if they all studied the edict together and found the cave to obtain a great fortune? Wouldn't that be better? Now he was surrounded by enemies. He was facing half of the crazy cultivators of Kelowna and the demon race. He couldn't turn the situation around by himself. Humph! What a nice way to put it. You personally brought this kid up Mount Tai. He has a deep relationship with you. If he had to choose, he would only choose you. Momo, I think it's your Dragon Tiger Mountain Celestial Master, Tao, who wants to take it for yourself. A youth who was about the same age as Momo, wearing a white tang suit, walked out with a sneer. Seniors, fellow Taoists, he's at the end of his rope now. We don't need to talk to him anymore. Since ancient times, Treasures have always been obtained by those who are fated. Although this precious treasure was obtained by that ignorant child, he still brought it before us. Doesn't this mean that this is also an opportunity for us? Ha ha ha. That's right. Momo is at the end of his rope. What's there to fear? Go. The inheritance of the great emperor is right in front of us. The crowd was surging, but Momo laughed at this moment. He laughed so hard that his heart was rolling, coughing for a while. He spat out a mouthful of thick blood, but looked coldly at the people who rushed forward or were waiting for an opportunity behind him. He muttered to himself, "The coldest thing is the human heart. The coldest thing is the human heart. Momo, give up and surrender." Along with a loud shout, a gust of strong wind circled around Momo, trying to trap him. Momo spat out another mouthful of blood, splashing it on the peach with sword in his hand. The wooden sword made of peach would burst out dazzling golden light. Momo said angrily, "Jean-Er's life is connected with the edict. If you want to take it away, it's equal to taking his life. Such behavior is no different from robbers. If I give up Jean-Er, how can I have the face to meet Senior Yang Taizi in the future? You Taoists keep saying that you're a gentleman with a pure heart and few desires, but in the end, you're just deceiving yourself and others. You're all afraid of death. You want to live forever, but you don't want to give up the offerings of the mortals. That's even more pathetic. Then why didn't the great emperor's edict choose you? I'm afraid that even if you get it, you won't get anything. It's just a dream. Look at you now. You're even worse than that evil ghost." Facing Momo's ridicule, those Taoists who didn't listen to any of his words snorted. But when they saw the peach with sword in Momo's hand, they were afraid. "Be careful. This guy is going to risk his life." Feeling the vibration from the peach with sword in Momo's hand, some of the weaker ones couldn't help but become serious. But unexpectedly, Momo laughed again, drawing a huge circle with the peach with sword in front of him. An ice mirror with a diameter of 3 meters suddenly appeared in front of Momo, blocking the crowd. Everyone was surprised, but Momo stabbed the peach with sword into the ground, shouting, "I, Momo, will be buried here from now on, but I won't give up my promise. This is my Tao. With this sword and mirror here, heaven and earth can be my witness." Then Momo clenched his teeth, jumping into the bottomless abyss with Jean-Er. "Jean-Er, Jean-Er, I can't see through you. Today I owe you a life. If there's an afterlife, I, Momo, will definitely repay you." They didn't expect Momo to be so unyielding. Seeing him jump down the cliff, they were all shocked, only feeling that their chests were full of turbid air, extremely uncomfortable. "Look at that mirror." It was unknown who said the sentence. At this moment, the mirror was glowing brightly, reflecting the appearances of the various Taoists. Their faces were ferocious, like evil ghosts, so unbearable. It was Momo's last words. "Every one of you is worse than an evil ghost." Damn it. Someone punched the ice mirror, directly breaking it, shouting angrily, "Let's go down the valley and find him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse." When the Taoists went down the mountain and wanted to find Momo as soon as possible, a figure quietly came to the top of the mountain. One of them was dressed in white and was untainted by the mortal world. She was a woman with a calm expression. She looked at the peach with sword indifferently, stretching out her hand to grab it, but her palm was bounced away by the sword. The woman sighed. What a pure intent. This generation of Mount Longhu had produced a pretty good successor. Unfortunately, this world. She shook her head, saying indifferently, "If heaven wants people to die, it will cause chaos." Glancing at the bottomless abyss, the woman stepped out, slowly falling into it. Caroline didn't intend to use her lifespan as the fun to buy. Of course, she thought her soul should be more important, although the other party said her soul would be taken away when her lifespan was up. She still thought it was more important. Among the many choices, such as all kinds of emotions and even memories, Caroline didn't want to give up. Finally, Caroline made the most suitable choice and planned to sign a contract with Luaccio. Purchase service. Solve this problem safely for her. Payment. Her ability to give birth as a female. The sheepskin scroll of the contract had been unfolded in front of Caroline, but Boss Luo suddenly said, "Miss Caroline, do you really intend to use your fertility to pay?" "What, isn't it enough?" Caroline frowned, fearing that the other party would raise the price. Luaccio shook his head. No, it's just that, in my opinion, a female's ability to give birth is a very great ability. Its price is even higher than your other, such as emotions and memories." "Great." Caroline shook her head, saying indifferently, "Haven't you heard of surrogacy? This idea can even betray the womb. What's so great about it?" Luaccio was silent for a while before saying indifferently, "In view of what you're willing to pay, its value exceeds the service you need. I intend to make some small compensation for the excess." "What compensation?" Caroline suddenly looked forward to it. "If it can be converted into cash, that's the best." "Of course, it can also be converted into cash. But I suggest that you change it for something else, Miss Caroline. For example, your liver is not very good because of staying up late for a long time. It's better to make it healthier. I want money." Chapter 770. But obviously, this so-called compensation did not include extending her life. If she could extend her life, even if it was a year or a month, Caroline would probably choose this. She really felt that life would be more important than money, at least in the same state. If she lost her life, she would not have the opportunity to enjoy wealth, no matter how much she had. As for becoming healthier, perhaps it would allow him to live longer. Living in this country, longevity was not determined by health, but by luck. If you were lucky, you would live a long life. If you were unlucky, even if you were a healthy person, you might die when you went out. For example, her biological father, whom she had little impression of, was a good example. Caroline's final choice allowed her to obtain an astonishing amount of wealth from Boss Luo that she had never thought of. Perhaps such wealth was nothing to the truly rich or rulers like Boss Neymar, but it was enough to make the people in the slums go crazy. She curiously asked the boss how he was going to take away her reproductive ability. However, the boss smiled and said that these would not be taken away until the transaction was completed, because the custom here was to take away the payment from the customer's hands in the end. Caroline found it inconceivable. There were too many frauds in this world. Even in the so-called face-to-face transactions, where one party exchanged goods and money, there was always a possibility that one party used fake goods or fake money. But the seller actually waited until the end to collect service fees, which was almost inconceivable. Her first thought was that the other party was not afraid that she would run away. However, when she thought of the beautiful maid's means, Caroline quickly dismissed this idea. This shop probably had all kinds of mysterious means. Otherwise, they would not be so assured. Originally, this method of signing a contract was something that only existed in movies. The sheepskin scroll that appeared out of thin air and the handprint that was pressed down was like leaving one's own mark on the devil's body for generations to come. "Welcome to our next visit." It wasn't until this young boss said this sentence in front of her and politely opened the door for her to leave that Caroline felt like she was dreaming. The rain outside seemed to have lessened a little, but it was still in the category of heavy rain. Listening to the sound of the rain, Caroline subconsciously woke up and hugged her hands tightly. She thought to herself, perhaps this mysterious transaction is just my imagination? Perhaps she had accidentally fallen on the ground when she was running away. Perhaps she had fallen into a pit. Perhaps she had fallen down the stairs and fainted. Was this her dream after she fainted? She tried to turn around. When she left the bright club lobby and returned to the pitch-black street, swallowed by the rain, a kind of horror instantly enveloped her whole body. However, the moment she turned around, she only saw an ordinary grocery store. She had even bought a lot of condoms and other daily necessities from this grocery store. Bang! All of a sudden, a loud explosion rang out. This was the sound of guns. For Caroline, who lived here, This was almost a familiar sound. The moment the gunshot rang out, Caroline hugged her head in horror and squatted directly on the ground. The sound was too loud, as if it was right next to her. The sound of gunfire echoed in the street and soon disappeared. The rain once again soaked Caroline's clothes. She squatted on the ground, raised her head in horror, and looked around with a pale face. There seemed to be a lot of changes in the surrounding houses because of this gunshot, but the windows and doors were still closed. People did not choose to turn on the lights at home in this abnormal situation. Knowing that the light could not drive away this darkness, they simply merged with the darkness. This way, they could better hide and protect themselves. Caroline stood up abruptly. No matter what, she just wanted to leave this terrifying place at this time and go back to the only home that could give her a little sense of security, the place she bought with her own money. It wasn't until Caroline's figure completely disappeared that there was a soft sound of closing the door. After the door was closed, the sound of the continuous rain became much softer. The maid began to clean up the dishes and cups after the guests left. She suddenly said, "Master, the Songharan that Miss Caroline met is he. Luaccio was trying to make a very common cocktail in this country." He propped his hands on the counter, leaned his body slightly, and looked close to the exquisite glass. Through the alcohol in the glass, he looked at Yu's blurred face and whispered, "In terms of blood relationship, he seems to be my father's cousin." With that said, the boss added some cachaca into the glass. When Caroline returned home in a panic, she didn't dare to open the door immediately. She was worried that Boss Neymar's men might be guarding her home. This technique was too common. It wasn't until Caroline looked for a long time and confirmed that no one was hiding in the house that she opened the door carefully. When Caroline returned to the living room, she slumped in front of the door as if she had drained all her strength. She curled up with her head buried in her legs, trembling. She had been encouraging herself to calm down, but the rain outside had been disturbing her thoughts, making it difficult for her to calm down for a long time. Suddenly, Caroline seemed to remember something, or rather, she felt something. With trembling hands, she finally found a bank card from the collar of her clothes. The boss only promised her a sum of money, but he didn't say how to give it to her. At one point, Caroline thought that this might be a lie that didn't exist. Even on the way back, Caroline had been worried about whether the other party had fulfilled the so-called promise to help her solve this matter perfectly. On the back of the bank card, the password was even written in graceful handwriting. Caroline was startled. She took out her mobile phone in a panic and logged in all the way. Finally, she swallowed her saliva and opened the interface of the remaining money. Really? Really? She jumped up at once. At this moment, it seemed that all the fear had left her. She raised the bank card with both hands and spun it in the simple living room excitedly. The ceiling spun in front of her eyes, and she spun under the ceiling. The world was spinning and passing by. In the end, Caroline jumped directly into the old sofa. She lay on the sofa, still holding the bank card with both hands and putting it under the light as if it had become a new light source. It was countless times brighter than the light. Suddenly, the door of the house opened, which made Caroline raise her voice all of a sudden. "Caroline, you're back. You scared me to death. I couldn't find you all the time." The person who appeared in front of her was obviously her tenant, Livia. Caroline was about to say something. Livia said in horror at this time, "Caroline, do you know that Boss Neymar is dead?" Chapter 771. Seeing Livia's panicked expression, Caroline instantly felt that something was amiss. Boss Neymar is dead? Shouldn't it be Joseph who came from the next district who died? She had clearly seen with her own eyes how Joseph had died tragically. His throat had been pierced by a knife in an instant, and his blood had splashed onto the glass. There was no way he could have survived. She could even clearly remember the scene of Joseph's death. It had been so horrifying. Even at this time, she could imagine how painful Joseph was at that time. But why did Livia say that Boss Neymar died? The ruler of this district died in his own home? Could it be that this was because of the mysterious transaction that he had experienced? In order to get me out of danger, Boss Neymar was also killed? No, no, no. Maybe the murderer who killed Joseph also killed Boss Neymar? Caroline took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She frantically recalled the scene she saw in the bathroom. Joseph was on the upper floor of the villa, and people were not allowed to go up casually. So, Joseph was probably discussing something with Boss Neymar at that time. Even when Joseph died, Neymar was also at the scene. Boss Neymar ordered people to kill Joseph. Was it for the fight between gangs or something else? No, why did Boss Neymar die too? Boss Neymar is dead. Caroline felt that she still knew too little information and hurriedly asked, "Why did he die?" Livia poured a glass of water at this time and drank it in big mouthfuls. She seemed to have calmed down, but her face was a little pale. Apparently it was because of excessive panic. She shook her head at this time. How would I know? When the accident happened, I was having sex with a man. If it weren't for the boss men suddenly rushing in, I wouldn't even know. Livia seemed to recall the situation at that time. Later, a group of us were caught in the living room. Do you know? Ronald was crazy at that time. He was Boss Neymar's younger brother. He had always worshipped his elder brother. He was very sad. Tears flowed down his face as he pointed his gun at everyone's head. It was as if he had gone mad. Caroline had also heard about Ronald. He was an orphan, but he was adopted by Neymar when he was very young. He was told that he was Neymar's younger brother. Over the years, Ronald had helped Neymar gain a large territory and was one of the cores of the entire gang. Then, Caroline could naturally imagine the scene at that time. Neymar represented the order of this area. His death also represented the collapse of the order. At this time, it was undoubtedly a disaster for the gang led by Neymar at that time. Later, they interrogated them one by one, but in the end, they couldn't get anything out of them. Livia patted his huge chest and said, "Besides, the people in the villa all know each other. Each of them can prove what they were doing at that time. And not only did Boss Neymar die, I also saw them move out Joseph's body. Oh, it's the Joseph from the neighboring district that I lost to you." Caroline nodded subconsciously. Livia swallowed his saliva and said, "Heavens, is it worth knowing how Joseph died?" His throat was directly cut in half. His head was attached to his neck and almost fell out. You don't know how much blood he lost. Half of his body was almost covered in blood. It's terrible. Caroline sat down with the help of a chair and poured a glass of water for Livia. I heard them whispering. It seemed that Boss Neymar and Joseph were discussing something. There seemed to be another man present, but at that time I couldn't find that guy. I heard Ronald say something like "Mr. Song is missing." He mentioned something like flowers. I didn't hear it clearly. It sounded like the name of a flower. Livia shook his head. Later, they let us all go, but they also warned us that we couldn't leave here casually. When I came back, I took a look. All the exits were guarded by their people. Everyone who went out had to be interrogated. It seems that something big really happened. Caroline muttered to herself. Livia suddenly asked doubtfully, "By the way, how did you come back?" I remember that I didn't see you at that time. Later, I looked for you specifically, but I didn't find anything. Instead, I found this. Livia took out a leather bag from the bag in her hand. This was Caroline's own bag. Caroline had to say casually, "I met a customer who likes excitement. He took me out and raced outside. Then we did it in the car." She glanced at Livia's expression and continued, "I felt a little tired after doing it. It was too tiring to do it in the car. I simply asked that guy to send me back. I didn't expect to lose the bag in the villa. I thought it was missing somewhere. I was distressed for a long time." Livia nodded and didn't doubt anything. She just said casually, "No wonder I heard the guard say that he saw you go out with a man. Is that so?" Caroline's face changed slightly. The guard said, "That's impossible." At that time, she was running away crazily, and she was chased by the villa's guards all the way. How could the guard give her such a proof? He is also Boss Neymar's subordinate. What I told Livia was just a lie made up on the spot. It's that magical shop. That boss. Could it be that he had long predicted that I would tell such a lie, so he used some means to make the guard give me such a false testimony? But how could he know that I would use such an excuse to make the guard say he saw me leave with a man, and not something else for a moment? Caroline became more and more scared. The more she thought about the strangeness behind this matter, the more she felt that there was a mysterious and strange force that seemed to weave a huge net that covered her life. She rubbed her forehead in horror. Perhaps the nightmare is not over, but just beginning? What's wrong with you? Caroline? Caroline? Livia looked at her with concern at this time. Caroline shook her head at this time and said casually, "Isn't it because I feel a little scared when I hear about this?" Livia thought so and was also scared. She said worriedly, "Yeah. When Boss Neymar dies, I don't know what will happen in the gang. Who will take over the position next? I'm afraid no one will submit to anyone. I'm most afraid that they will fight among themselves. Once this happens, I'm afraid this place will not be peaceful for a long time." Although the gangs that controlled the slums had brought order to the local area, when the order collapsed from within, it would naturally affect the entire slum. "AI, stop talking." Livia stood up. "I'm going to take a shower first, and then have a good sleep. Let the other things go to hell. Oh yes, this is your salary. When you left, I introduced you. I got it back for you." Livia took out a few banknotes from her wallet and placed them in front of Caroline. She blinked and said, "And this month's rent." Caroline put it away silently. Caroline, who especially liked banknotes, was not happy at all at this time. Livia also felt strange. After all, such a big thing happened. Caroline basically had no mood to sleep that night. She kept holding on to the huge bank card. She felt that she should go to that place again and ask the young and mysterious boss what had happened. This was the first night that she couldn't sleep well while holding her favorite banknotes. Momo heard the chirping of insects. He opened his eyes and felt the burning pain from his lungs, but it seemed to be less painful than before. He subconsciously looked at his body and found that there was a paste applied on the most serious wound. It was faintly emitting a cooling sensation. Who saved me? Where's Jean Eyre? Momo sat up in fright. But this action instantly affected his injuries, making him almost have the urge to vomit blood. But he discovered that Jean Eyre was right next to him right now. However, what made Momo take in a cold breath was that Jean Eyre's clothes had been removed. A woman in white was observing Jean Eyre's back, observing the imperial edict on Jean Eyre's back. Momo squinted his eyes subconsciously. The woman said calmly, "You've broken 19 meridians. If you don't want to break them again, you'd better not run your chi now." "Did you save us?" Momo couldn't figure out the origin of this woman, although she was very beautiful. However, he could also vaguely feel that this woman was not ordinary from the strange aura she was emitting. The woman glanced at Momo, as if saying, "Why do you ask such a shallow question?" Momo gave a start, cupping his fists. "Thank you, I'll never forget your kindness. But if you want this imperial edict," Momo couldn't help but hesitate. If she wanted it, what could he do? He might not even be able to deal with an ordinary person, let alone this mysterious woman. "My Tao and this imperial edict are completely different. Why should I take it?" The woman shook her head. "I think you're just curious." Momo gave a start again, then forced a smile. Although he didn't immediately believe the woman's words, he was still rather moved. "That's right. We cultivate Tao and immortality. We have our own Tao and sect from the very beginning. Since we've decided on this path, we should carry it out. If we can't even see our own Tao and lose our own heart, how can we cultivate Tao? Those who rob us only have a body of magic power, but without their own Tao, how can they become immortals?" The woman suddenly asked, "What's a mortal?" Momo gave a start, frowning, but couldn't say anything. Finally, he shook his head helplessly, smiling bitterly. "To be honest, I don't know what an immortal is. Is it immortality? Is it the ability to move mountains and seas? Is it the ability to reverse yin and yang and stand above heaven and earth? But that's only the embodiment of power. In my opinion, it's not completely an immortal. Momo sighed, then looked at the woman in white, asking curiously, Miss, in your opinion, what is an immortal? The woman in white didn't answer, not even looking at Momo. She stood up, saying indifferently, There's still some medicine. You can change it yourself tomorrow. Don't use your chi for 3 days. After that, you can use your chi to treat your internal injuries. You're leaving? Momo got up with difficulty. This woman didn't seem to be interested in the imperial edict. It was related to the inheritance of the great emperor, and perhaps the secret of immortality. The woman in white didn't answer, turning around and leaving. Momo had an impulse, blurting out, Miss, what's your Tao? My Tao is my Tao, your Tao is your Tao. Even if you know what my Tao is, what can you do? A light voice came. Momo was moved, seeming to understand something. He asked this woman what she thought of as an immortal, but she didn't answer. It seemed to be the same reason. Momo bowed deeply to her back, saying gratefully, Thank you for your guidance. May I know your name? Chin. The woman in white had disappeared. Chin. Momo lowered his head, then bowed deeply to the direction where the woman in white disappeared, saying in a low voice, Thank you for your help and guidance today. I, Momo, will never forget it. If there's a chance in the future, I will repay you. But he didn't know what an immortal was. The next day, Caroline got up early in the morning. She didn't wake up Livia, who was fast asleep, but went out alone. The first thing she did was to go to the bank. There were very few banks here. Even if there were, they had a lot of relations with the local gangs and had to be protected by them. Carlo inserted the bank card into the machine and entered the password. After looking back and forth at the numbers displayed on the interface, he silently left in a daze. She was at a loss as she walked on the stairs. On the way, she saw several subordinates of Boss Neymar. Caroline even recognized one of them. He was one of the men who caught her last night. Facing him head-on, Caroline's legs almost went soft. She wanted to turn around and leave. However, she couldn't believe that the man didn't seem to know her at all. He just looked at her strangely and walked past her with his men. Caroline gritted her teeth and ran quickly. According to her memory at that time, she found the location of the shop when she walked in last night. But to Caroline's disappointment, when she came to this place again, it was still an ordinary grocery store. The old lady of the grocery store recognized her, saying enthusiastically, Caroline, I just bought some new asterisk. Do you want to buy some? No, I don't need it for the time being. Caroline left in a daze again. After Caroline left in a daze, in almost the same place, but in another mysterious space structure, an ancient pine door slowly opened at this time. The club's boss, Luo, walked out leisurely. As for the servant girl, she held an umbrella behind him and followed him. It was still raining heavily last night, but when the day came, the sun became scorching. The servant girl said, It's better to bring an umbrella, master. Chapter 772. Wow, is this Mount Tai? Luo Dance put her hand on her eyebrows and tried to look up. She had just gotten off the train and was still on the platform, but she was already excited. Long Shirua stared at the little butterfly as people hurried to and fro. In the beginning, he had chosen to bring her along not because he wanted her to protect him, but because he wanted her to help him deal with some matters. After all, it was inconvenient for her to do many things in her current appearance. But this guy must be treating this matter as a vacation, right? She tried so hard to tell Luo Dance about this trip on the train, but Luo Dance must have forgotten about it. But what's the matter with her breasts? Every time she saw it, Long Shirua couldn't help but feel amazed. Especially after she wore this dress, it was especially against the rules. Speaking of which, I haven't seen this dress before. When did you buy it? Long Shirua asked curiously. This dress. Luo Dance blinked her eyes and pulled up the dress, slightly lifting the lace inside. She smiled. Sister Zijuan gave it to me. Oh, Long Shua didn't think much about it, but she complained in her heart. That stinky brat ran away without saying anything. But how could this brat find such a suitable dress? Could it be that Luo Dance had encountered this situation before Little Butterfly broke through the barrier? These breasts, Lord Long. A cold voice appeared behind Long Shirua and Luo Dance. Long Shirua didn't feel anything, but Little Butterfly was startled. She looked around in panic and nervously grasped her hands. Don't be nervous, it's Ghost Baby. Long Shirua said in a low voice. Ah, Mr. Ghost Baby? This is a special ability of his clan. You can think of it as an ability similar to invisibility. Long Shirua said simply and walked out of the platform. Luo Dance could only follow her quickly, but she was still trying to find the existence of the Ghost Baby. She looked very nervous. Long Shirua walked slowly, but she lowered her voice. What's the situation on Mount Tai now? Ghost Baby's voice sounded. It's very chaotic. Taking this as an opportunity, the Tao cultivation world and the demon clan suddenly started to fight. The imperial court didn't do anything. Currently, it has no intention of helping or interfering. Long Shirua said indifferently, they can't wait to use this opportunity to consume the strength of both sides. Although the demon clan signed an agreement with the founder, after so many years, there are always some people who have opinions about the original agreement. She suddenly sneered. It seems that the Tao world can't sit still. Do they want to take this opportunity to teach the demon clan a lesson? It seems that after so many years of suppression, it's almost time for things to move in the opposite direction. Ghost Shadow said, slowly, the Prime Minister also said that many of the demon clan are dissatisfied with the Tao world. Something will happen sooner or later. This time, the inheritance of the great Emperor of Dongyu seems to have appeared, which is a good opportunity. Long Shirua frowned. Chichi Kamaya said on the phone that the person who got the edict is missing? Yes. Ghost Baby hurriedly said, that person is the successor of the Huanjin Dao. His master is Yang Taizi. He is a little guy who just entered the Dao not long ago, so he is very weak. In addition, a successor of the Celestial Master Dao of Longhu Mountain also disappeared with him. The Celestial Master Dao of Longhu Mountain? Long Shirua was stunned. Zhang Daoling's orthodoxy. If I become an immortal in the future, the world will be peaceful. Suddenly, a sonorous and powerful voice sounded in her heart. Long Shirua smiled slightly and whispered, that little guy is also gone. Lord Long. Ghost Baby's puzzled voice was heard. Long Shirua shook her head. Nothing. I just thought of an old friend. Take me to Chichi Kamaya. He was very anxious on the phone and couldn't explain it in detail until I came. Do you know what happened? I don't know. Ghost Baby's voice was full of worry. During this time, Master Turtle didn't go out and locked himself up. I'm very worried about him. This time, the undercurrent of Mount Tai is turbulent. The imperial court came to our Shenyuan palace several times, but Master Turtle refused to see them on the grounds that he was ill. Long Shirua and Luo Dance walked out of the train station while saying this. To Luo Dance's surprise, she suddenly couldn't hear Ghost Baby's voice. She looked ahead. There was a black car parked in front of them. Ghost Baby appeared at this time, wearing a dark black suit and even a driver's hat. He opened the door and was ready to welcome the two. Mr. Ghost Baby? Luo Dance cried out in surprise. Although the face was the same, the appearance was too different. Although she didn't have much contact with Ghost Baby, the gatekeeper of the Elysium Bar left a deep impression on Luo Dance. In his impression, the Ghost Baby wore clothes with many nails. Even his nostrils were pierced with earrings, and he had a head of colorful hair. However, at that moment, the Ghost Baby looked very refined. His skin was very pale, and he looked like a noble young master. Ghost Baby said indifferently, after all, we're going to attend the meeting of Mount Tai. so we pay attention to the dress. Is there a problem? No, no. Luo Dance shook her head quickly. It was still the same awe-inspiring look. Luo Dance walked to the back of the car softly and then pulled Long Shiro. Mr. Ghost Baby, where are we going now? Luo Dance asked curiously. Ghost Baby turned around and said, near the Double Dragon Pool. Xianyuan Palace has its own property there. Well, please sit tight, I'm going to drive. Oh, wow. This was simply a race. Sitting cross-legged in the simple room, Momo began to heal himself. Thanks to the medicine that the woman surnamed Qin had applied on him, his external wounds had healed. His meridians had also recovered a lot after a few days of recuperation. He had recovered about 30% of his strength, so he could be considered to have the ability to protect himself. After saying goodbye to the mysterious Qin woman, he left with Jean Eyre on his back. When he finally found a village, he found that he was at least 60 kilometers away from the place where he fell off the cliff. No wonder he didn't meet those from the Tao world or the Monster Clan along the way. It seemed that the woman had transferred him and Jean Eyre out. Momo soon found a local family with the surname Wang. It was a very simple village name. He found an excuse and withdrew some money as payment. This was considered a temporary stay in this family's home. Jean Eyre still didn't show any sign of waking up. At this time, the owner of this family suddenly knocked on the door and brought in some food. The man's name was Wang Das Hun, an honest farmer. He only had one son, who was studying in a high school outside the village. He would only come back during the holidays. Brother, my wife made some millet porridge. It's inconvenient for your friend to eat, since he can't wake up. Feed him some millet porridge. Wang Das Hun pushed the door and walked in with a chuckle. Thank you, big brother Wang. Momo received it gratefully. In this kind of situation where everyone was surrounded by enemies, Momo was touched by the kindness of an ordinary person. However, the Tao world and the demon clan would find him sooner or later. At that time, he was afraid that he would implicate this family. Big brother Wang, I plan to leave tonight, Momo said to Wang Das Hun while feeding Jean Eyre the millet porridge. So soon? You can stay for a few more days. It's okay. Wang Das Hun said quickly, aren't you injured too? I saw you covered in blood that day. I'm almost healed, Momo said casually. Besides, it's not a good idea for my friend to wake up. I plan to send him to the hospital in the provincial capital. That's true. Wang Das Hun nodded and said, how about this? It's not convenient to go out. There's a small bus coming in every few days. I'll help you contact it and see if there's any other way. Thank you, big brother Wang. Momo nodded. By the way, big brother Wang, can you pick up your phone? I've been missing for some time and haven't told my family that I'm safe. Take it. Of course, it wasn't a high-end phone. It was probably a counterfeit that cost a few hundred yuan. However, it was enough to make a call. Wang Das Hun left the room, tactfully. Momo thought for a while and dialed a number. He had destroyed his phone when he was escaping. Otherwise, he would be exposed to the surveillance of others. There were many rules and regulations in Kelowna's Tao world. For example, every person in the Tao world had to register with a special organization of the government. They also had to install a special positioning system on their phones and receive calls from that organization every now and then. At this time, Momo naturally didn't intend to follow this rule and report to that organization. He just felt that he had to inform his master about such a big thing. In addition, he had to explain it to Yang Taizi. But when he started to dial his master's number, he stopped abruptly. What if they were monitoring his master's or senior Yang Taizi's mobile phones? Perhaps they could find his current location just by the signal source? Even if his master and senior Yang Taizi came forward, they might not be able to resist those guys who had already been possessed by the devil for the chance and pounced on their prey like ferocious dogs. What's more, if the two elders were involved? Momo forced a smile, but he didn't use Wang Dashuan's phone. He looked at Jean Eyre on the bed and couldn't help but smile bitterly. You're sleeping so soundly. He shook his head and sighed. He took the millet porridge cooked by Wang Dashuan's wife and scooped some with a spoon. Then he brought it to his mouth and gently blew it several times. Then he brought it to Jean Eyre's mouth and started to feed him carefully. Eat it. I don't know if I'll have another chance to eat it. It's better to die full than to die hungry. It was like heaven and hell on the other side of the street. What was interesting about this city was that no matter rich or poor, they could all live in the middle of the mountain. If it was in other developed cities, ordinary rich and noble people wouldn't be able to live there. But obviously it wasn't so in Rio. The simple bungalows next to the luxurious villas of the rich. Dozens of years ago, a large number of retired soldiers didn't get any preferential treatment from the country after they returned. Instead, they faced the horrible problem of unemployment. They had no source of income, even no land of their own. However, the country also had a strange policy at that time. For example, if you built a house in this place, then this land belonged to you. A large number of retired soldiers, as well as people who wandered from other places, began to choose this golden area to build their own homes. 2-story, 3-story, and even 1-story houses sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain, quickly occupying this golden land with an invincible sea view. But of course, there weren't many entertainment facilities in the slums built in this way. At best, there were small parks or simple football fields built by the gangs that controlled the slums. Luaccio found that Miss Maid's umbrella couldn't be used soon, because a large piece of dark cloud drifted over from the sea. Ye had the habit of arranging flowers in the club lobby. Before coming to the city, Miss Maid had her own flower shop where Luaccio used to live. But here, she was afraid that she needed to find another one, even though she wouldn't stay in Rio for too long. This flower shop seems to be good. Of course, it wasn't in the slums, but on the other side of a street, the territory of the rich. The florist's shop was a white house with many South American flowers placed outside. Luaccio rarely saw the kinds of flowers that were commonly seen in daily life. You choose, I'll just look around. Luaccio smiled. He rarely studied flowers if it wasn't necessary. Seeing you go to the owner of the flower shop and ask. Luaccio began to look at the species here. He curiously walked to a plate of plants with Brazilian iris written on it. Looking at the white, jade-like leaves and butterfly-like blue petals, he wanted to buy it. This kind of Brazilian iris has another name, jade butterfly. Boss Luo turned around. It was a man in a dark blue casual suit. He looked to be less than 30 years old. As the man said, he walked to the pot of plants, smiled, looked at Luaccio, and suddenly asked, "Are you from China?" The man also had an Asian face and asked in the native language of China. Boss Luo nodded with a smile and said casually, "Yes, I'm here for a few days of travel." "Hello, my name is Luaccio." "Travel? That's not a good choice." The man also smiled, but also reached out his hand. "Hello, my name is Song Haoren. Nice to meet you, my compatriot." Chapter 773. How from San Dian Shui. Faced with the man's self-introduction, Luaccio suddenly asked after thinking for a while. Song Haoren was startled, but thinking that in the native language of the people, the second word of his name did have many homophones, it was normal to have this kind of doubt. It was just that he hadn't encountered such a question for many years, so he naturally felt a little surprised. He smiled slightly. "It's how from the sun under the sky." Luaccio said so. I suddenly thought of a joke. Song Haoren blinked in confusion. He had very long eyelashes and thin lips. His skin was fairer than the average Asian, but it wasn't pale. Overall, he gave off a feminine feeling. He looked feminine, but not sinister. He was like a noble young master who was as beautiful as jade. "Are you also here for a vacation?" Luaccio once again looked at the potted Brazilian iris next to him. He reached out and touched the dark blue butterfly-like flowers on the green leaves. Song Haoren shook his head. Luaccio guessed. "Then you work here." Song Haoren casually said, "Well, you can say that. My company has some business here, so I came to take care of it. Are you still a student? He seemed to be a person who liked to take the initiative. After answering, he immediately followed up with questions and used an affirmative tone. Strictly speaking, if he didn't take the initiative to drop out, it should be the first semester of the third year of university. And Luaccio announced to the public that he would continue his studies in a foreign school after the new year. So there was nothing wrong with his identity as a student. He did not look at this plate of plants that could not be called jade butterfly. Instead, he looked at the beautiful man in front of him. Only then did he notice that there was a small scar on Song Haren's neck. But he was wearing a suit, and the collar hid it very well. It was estimated that he would only accidentally reveal this small tail when walking. This scar seemed to have been cut by a sharp weapon. How long was it exactly? However, Luaccio thought about it and said, I have withdrawn from my previous school. After the new year, I will choose a foreign school to complete my studies. My family has already agreed. Really? Song Haren smiled, but he also felt strange. If it was just a chance encounter with a fellow countryman abroad, it seemed that there was no need to explain too much to him. This young man's words were rather detailed. It didn't sound like he was speaking to a stranger for the first time. Instead, it sounded like he was reporting something to his friends and family. It was a very strange feeling. In fact, Song Haren didn't come into this place by accident. He just happened to see the young man from the east in the flower shop. After seeing his face, he suddenly had the idea of approaching him. And after this simple communication, Song Haren found that this young man named Luaccio gave him a very special feeling of intimacy. Of course, it may also be because he met a fellow countryman, and they both spoke their mother tongue. When he met a fellow countryman abroad, he would more or less have some compatriot feelings. He inquired the name of the foreign school from Luaccio. After hearing it, he was quite surprised and said, This school is very famous. It's not easy for you to be admitted. Mr. Song, you can be appointed by the company to negotiate here. That's already very impressive. Luaccio praised. Song Haren laughed twice, and suddenly felt like they were old friends at first sight. He waved his hand. Well, it's a bit like flattery between business partners. It's boring to chat like this. Even on a whim, Song Haren couldn't tell the reason. He raised his hand and pulled up his sleeve, glanced at his watch, and took the initiative to invite. I still have some time left. It's rare to meet a fellow countryman here. Are you interested in having a meal? Of course, it's my treat. Just treat me as the host. After all, I've lived here for a long time. Can I? Of course. Song Haren was very forthright. I like to make different friends. It makes me feel that my vision is expanding. The more friends you have, the more people know you. Then your existence in this world will become clearer. Even after you die, you will remain in many people's hearts. Don't you think it's a very wonderful thing? That's true. Luaccio smiled non-committally. If it's possible, I have another friend. Song Haren squinted and said, Is it the young lady who is buying flowers next to you? Girlfriend? Sort of. Boss, Luo responded. Song Haren seemed to have thought of something. He felt that this might be because they hadn't reached the final stage yet. They were still in the state of being more than friends, but not yet lovers. As for the young couple's trip here this time, perhaps they intended to change this vague relationship or something. Are you talking about any interesting topics? Ye already had her own harvest. She held a bunch of sunflowers wrapped by the florist and came in front of the two. This is. Seeing this, Song Haren showed a stunned expression. What a beautiful person. Luaccio, I think you don't mind introducing me to your beautiful girlfriend, right? There's a good Spanish restaurant in front. I think you'll like it. Ye looked at her master. Luaccio smiled and said, It seems that we don't have to worry about lunch. Caroline, on the other hand, was worried about what to eat for lunch. With a huge sum of money in hand, even the most advanced ingredients in the world could be enjoyed and scrupulously. But Caroline had no interest in this at this time. She just felt hungry and needed to eat something, but she couldn't think of what she wanted to eat. She walked alone in the slum in a daze. Before that, after looking for the mysterious shop last night to no avail, Caroline went to the hospital. Rather than calling it a hospital, it was more like a small clinic that didn't even have a state-recognized license. But the doctors here were quite capable. Otherwise, they would not have been recognized by Boss Neymar to do medical business here. According to the content of the contract, she used her fertility as a woman as the transaction fee to buy the service of staying out of the business and get a fortune. What should be done to make a woman lose her fertility? She did some tests in the clinic because she wondered if her fertility had been taken away quietly without her knowing. After all, she had met Neymar's men, and they obviously did not recognize her. She even had a lot of wealth. The content of the contract seemed to have come true one by one. Thinking about it, it seemed that it was time for her to pay. Although it was only overnight, Caroline could not react at all. But it was precisely because of this incredible speed that Caroline felt that the other party might have taken away her only ability as a woman without her knowing it. However, can you give birth to children? I don't have this kind of test here. If you want to do it, you can only go to the big hospital outside. In addition, you look a bit malnourished. You should pay attention to your eating habits. Also, come to me regularly for a hymen checkup. Don't wait for your hymen to fester before coming to me. That will make me sick. It was a doctor who spoke very harshly, but he cared about each of his patients very much. No matter who it was, as long as they were sent to this clinic, he would treat them. Those who could afford it and those who could not. Of course, those who could not afford it would encounter him in the future, and his methods were definitely not peaceful. At the same time, this was also a bad old man with a very vicious character and a very unrestrained life. Many of Caroline's peers had been patronized by this bad old man, including her tenant, Livia. Of course, this bad old man was actually very generous. If it weren't for her own rules in choosing guests, Caroline felt that she should have had sex with this doctor long ago, based on the other party's forthrightness. What do you want to eat? The usual. Caroline was so hungry that she finally went to a family-style restaurant that she usually went to and sat down. She chose a window seat so that she could observe what was happening on the street. Before this, it was naturally to make it convenient for her to look for suitable guests. Now, she naturally wanted to see what was going on outside. The news of Boss Neymar's sudden death should not have spread yet. But since last night, the entrances and exits here had been controlled, so it was not difficult to guess that something big had happened. The entire area was obviously much quieter today. Even this restaurant did not have as many guests as before. Facing the waiter's inquiry, Caroline glanced at the menu and said casually, "Give me a vatapa, fish oil, shrimp, and coconut juice with white rice and bread, and then a lakaka, fresh shrimp soup." The waiter wrote the menu. Obviously, he was very familiar with Caroline's eating habits. He said casually, "Don't you want a draft beer?" Caroline wanted to nod, but she suddenly remembered what the bad old man doctor told her to pay attention to her diet, so she shook her head. "No, give me a churrasco, roast beef with tomato sauce or onion sauce." The waiter quickly wrote down the menu, then looked around the restaurant. Suddenly, he mysteriously pulled out a stool and sat down. He lowered his voice and said, "Caroline, I have 2 hours of rest in the afternoon. I just got my salary yesterday. Are you free? I'll go to your place. It's not convenient for me these few days. You can find someone else." Caroline shook her head. The waiter looked disappointed and shrugged. "Well, no wonder you eat so much today. Wait, I'll ask the chef to cook for you right away." "My little sweetheart, don't worry. I won't make things difficult for you just because you don't want to do my business. I'll give you some fresh okra later." "Oh, Mario, you are such a good person." Caroline showed a sweet smile. "But you can go to Livia. I think she will welcome you." The waiter named Mario whistled and walked in quickly. Caroline sighed and looked at the window. She didn't have any special thoughts at this time. Or rather, she had so many thoughts that she couldn't grasp the main point. She thought about the mysterious shop and the owner of the shop. She wondered if the owner would suddenly appear in front of her the next time and do those horrible things that only happened in movies. For example, the owner would directly reach his hand into her body. Just thinking about it made her shudder. She was also wondering if she should continue to stay in this place after all this was solved. She already had unimaginable wealth in her hands, so she might be able to leave this place and move to another place with a better environment. Or she should have repair surgery. After all, she was only 18 years old. Then she could find a suitable time to appear in front of some celebrities. Maybe she could also marry into a very good family. But if she really couldn't have children, it seemed to be a big problem. As for doing business, she had no such idea at all. Caroline didn't think she was good at doing business. Even when she bought stocks, she was cheated a lot because she didn't know how to do it. Should she buy real estate, luxury cars, branded clothes, and all kinds of luxury goods? Caroline found that she suddenly had no way to explain the source of her wealth. She didn't even have a backer to protect her. In other words, in this chaotic place, she had no way to protect her wealth. Perhaps she should leave this country and go to a safer country, a place without war. Should she go to China? There were also some China people here, and they had done some business with China people. Those men were very proud when they talked about their country. Caroline had paid attention to some foreign news. Most of her impression of China was still the Olympic Games that had been held not long ago. Obviously, this was a big sports country. In addition, it was also a country that cherished its own citizens very much. She heard that there had been some evacuations before, but this country was the only one that immediately eliminated terrorist armed forces. By the way, it seems that the men in this country are very welcoming to virgins. But how can I get the household registration of this country? She thought about a lot of things, most of which she had never done before. She only had one idea, but she didn't know how to do it. Caroline, Caroline. This was Mario's voice. It turned out that at some point in time, Mario had already placed the cooked food in front of her table. Ah, are you calling me? Caroline came back to her senses. Sorry, I'm thinking about something. It's okay, you eat. I'm about to get off work. Mario blew a kiss to Caroline. Maybe when you go home, you can still see me, sweetheart. It seemed that he was going to find Livia. Caroline suddenly became upset at this time. All the thoughts in her mind disappeared. Chapter 774. If one took a closer look, Song Haren's pupils weren't pure black. Instead, they had a hint of emerald green. According to him, he was not a pure Chinese. His father married a woman of Spanish descent, so he was a mixed-race child. I like Spanish cuisine, mostly because my mother cooked this cuisine for me when I was a child. Song Haren smiled and said, Of course, Chinese cuisine is also my favorite dish. It's a pity that it's not easy to find a Chinese chef who can make authentic Chinese dishes here. There were some descendants of the Spanish in this country, so it was not difficult for them to eat authentic Spanish cuisine. Of course, it was also integrated into some of the local food culture. One of Miss Maid's interests was naturally cooking. At this time, she was carefully studying the menu of a Spanish restaurant. Luo Qiu looked at her eagerness to try. He thought that in the next period of time, his diet would probably be mainly Spanish cuisine. Of course, he could always find authentic food cooked by Miss Maid. This was something he had experienced many times. So, Brother Song didn't grow up in China. The food he ordered had not been served yet, but he had talked with Song Haren for a long time, and Luoqiu also changed the way he addressed him. Song Haren took a sip of water and nodded. My father should be considered as an overseas Chinese. His business is basically here. In China, I went back with my father several times. He seemed to be recalling, shrugging, and said he went to look for his relatives, but unfortunately he couldn't find them. Luoqiu's heart moved. He liked the feeling of slowly discovering things. He felt that time was beginning to pass with him as the origin, making his heart start to beat. He could even feel the flow of blood in his body, which made him have a pleasant feeling other than seeing the color of the soul. It was somewhat similar to when he switched his perspective to Nero. He didn't know where the girl who liked to play pranks was now. Maybe he should find a time to switch his perspective. With this thought in mind, Luocio didn't pause at all. Instead, he asked, "So, does Brother Song still have relatives in China?" Song Haran smiled. He suddenly felt like he had taken a liking to this young man. There was always an indescribable sense of closeness. "There is, but I'm not sure if it's still there. I heard from my father that he has an elder brother, who is my uncle." There was a huge age gap between them. However, due to some matters, we were separated. My father drifted alone to South America to develop his career. Song Haran looked at the time on his watch again. At the same time, he inadvertently glanced outside the street and continued, "Later, my father also sent people back to inquire about it. He also received some specious news and clues. Every time, he would excitedly bring me back. However, the results were not satisfactory. In the following years, my father's health was not very good, so the number of times he went back became less and less. The last time he went back was 3 years ago. She missed the crabs and soup dumplings from Shanghai. If it's here, it's absolutely impossible to eat it." Luocio nodded and then sighed. "However, even so, Brother Song, your mother tongue is really good." Song Haran said somewhat helplessly, "It can't be helped. My father is a nostalgic person. He always forced me to learn. You can imagine, since I was a child, whether it was the place where I went to school or my friends, everyone spoke Latin and American languages. However, after returning home, I still have to communicate with my father in Mandarin. It's really sad to think about it. Listening to the accent, it seems to be from the Jiangxia area." Luocio smiled. "I heard from my father that his ancestral home is in the Suzhou area." Song Haran nodded, but he didn't recognize Luocio's accent. It was more like the textbook standard Mandarin accent. As he spoke, Song Haran suddenly moved the small, decorative vase on the dining table. The orchid leaves in the vase swayed slightly. It seemed that he was trying to make more space on the table so that it would be more convenient for the dishes to be served. At this time, a red light spot was quietly hidden in the shaking leaves. He looked at Luocio and Yi. Seeing that they didn't notice it and were discussing whether to order more food, he smiled and said, "Haven't you thought about what to eat? Why not ask me, a half-Hispanic person? Then I'll have to trouble you to introduce me, Brother Song." Boss Luo smiled. The red light spot disappeared at this time. The light source was thread-like. In the environment of different colors, only in certain dark places could this red, thread-like light source be seen. At the end of the red, thread-like light source was a sophisticated instrument, an infrared sight. The aiming device was naturally mounted on a sniper rifle. The man had the common bronze skin color of the locals. At this time, he was lying on the edge of the rooftop of a 9-story building. He was wearing the clothes of a tourist, with a mini earphone in his ear and a black suitcase next to it. Obviously, it was used to hide the sniper rifle. With such a formation, there was no doubt that this Latino man was waiting for his prey to appear. But at this time, he painfully covered his ears. The reason was that the earphone he wore in his ear suddenly made a burst of noise and cursing sound. It was a woman's voice. "Oni, pay attention, or I will kill you when I go back. I don't know why military counselor is eating with that couple in the restaurant. Maybe it's something important. Don't make trouble." Obviously, the name of the man with the sniper rifle was Oni. He helplessly rubbed his ears, saying disapprovingly, "I'm just saying hello to military counselor. Don't be so nervous. Just pay attention to the appearance of the target. Besides, Luvia, shouldn't you be paying attention to the route of the target? How do you know that I'm saying hello to military counselor? It's none of your business." Another explosive sound rang out. It was clear that the woman named Luvia was speaking into the earpiece in an abnormally loud voice again. Oni helplessly rubbed his ears again, but he couldn't help but ask curiously By the way, Luvia, do you know what military counselor is doing now? Why is he suddenly having lunch with two strangers? Speaking of which, isn't the boy on military counselor's table a bit similar to military counselor? How is it similar? This time, Luvia's voice seemed to return to normal. Oni scratched his head, then shrugged and said, "Anyway, Easterners look the same. I say, Luvia, are you free tonight? I'll go to your room to find you. Anyway, military counselor has never been interested in you. I can consider cutting off your genitals. I heard that if the freshly cut thing is preserved well, it can be sold as an organ. I think there will be a buyer in the black market." Oni only felt a slight chill in his lower body. Then he felt very horrified, thinking that if his thing was installed on someone else's body, then in the future, whose day would it be? "Oh, Luvia, you know how I feel about you. You have to understand, how can military counselor satisfy you with such a small body? You have to deal with a bunch of women in your family first. Of course, I think I can also teach those women how to operate just now. I think they will be very happy." "Luvia, please don't, Humph. Oni, the target has appeared." Luvia's low voice suddenly came. Oni, who was teasing this woman named Luvia, who was in another place and might be observing through a telescope. Instantly, the playboy expression on his face disappeared. His eyes revealed a touch of light. Then he began to swing the head of the sniper rifle. "Hey, smoothly kill this one. The progress of this mission is 1/3. Boom. Bang." The waiter was flustered to clean up the cup that accidentally fell to the ground. The customer should have ordered a glass of tomato juice. The dark red liquid was spreading on the floor. At the table by the window, Luaccio and the others withdrew their gaze from the waiter. Song Haran smiled at this time. "Where were we just now?" Luaccio reminded, "Brother Song was talking about the story of your adventure in the Amazon jungle in order to find a relic." Compared with an ordinary college student like Luaccio, Song Haran's life seemed to be quite exciting. He was talking about some adventure stories when he was young. Yes, Amazon. Song Haran recalled at this time. "Unfortunately, I didn't meet the legendary tribe of Amazon female warriors. Otherwise, some wonderful stories should have happened." Boss Luo curiously said, "Amazon female warriors. This should be a fabricated fairy tale." Song Haran said, "Who knows? Maybe someone really saw it. Even a fairy tale has its original prototype. Don't you think that many fairy tale systems are too elaborate if you imagine it out of thin air?" What happened later? Luaccio continued the topic at the beginning. "Let me think." Song Haran continued to recall. "Of course, I didn't meet the female warriors, but I met a giant python. If we use the Chinese saying, 'I'm afraid this guy has already become a demon'? Little Luoqiao, can you imagine the kind of python that has a diameter of more than 3 meters, a length of 30 to 40 meters, a strange black horn on the head, and is invulnerable? That horrible guy swallowed several people in the expedition team at that time. It became a demon." Boss Luo glanced at Miss Maid, his eyes conveying such a message. Miss Maid also looked at her master at the first moment and passed the same message. It had indeed become a spirit. Song Haran seemed to have a lingering fear. In the face of such a horrible guy, the weapons in our hands couldn't cause any damage to it at all. In the end, we had to escape from that place. Later, we found out that the ruins hidden in the jungle were nothing but a myth. That's a pity. Boss Luo sighed. Song Haran looked at the two of them curiously and asked curiously, "You believe it?" Luaccio smiled and said, "Brother Song, are you talking about the ancient civilization ruins or the giant python?" Song Haran was stunned. He certainly meant the giant python. After all, it was so huge that it was completely a strange creature. It really subverted the cognition of ordinary people. But he didn't expect this guy, named Luaccio, to divide the question into 2 parts. Or he believed everything in his story from the beginning. "Ha ha ha, I'm really starting to like you." Song Haran laughed happily. I told this story to several people later. but obviously they just regarded it as a beautiful lie that I used to attract the attention of beautiful women at the ball. I'm just interested in strange things. Luaccio gave an explanation that was not really an explanation. My major is paleontology. The waiter began to serve the appetizer at this time. Song Haran asked the waiter to leave and personally pulled the cork. Can I drink? It's okay. Then try this. It's brewed from sugar cane and very sweet. He then looked at Yu Yi. I think even a lady will like the taste. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the restaurant. A black car seemed to have suddenly lost control and rushed directly into the shop next to it. The loud noise was made when the black car hit the shop. The front of the car was dented, and the surrounding crowd looked at it in horror. There was a woman's scream. At this time, a man who looked like a driver opened the door in front of the car. His forehead seemed to have hit something, so it was bleeding. He climbed out of the front seat with difficulty and then quickly opened the back door of the car. The driver's expression was extremely flustered at this time, and he brought out another stout, middle-aged man from the back seat. The driver was saying something loudly in panic, and the stout, middle-aged man who was brought out by the driver didn't move at all. If the onlookers were close enough, they would find that there was a small bleeding hole in the temple of the fat, middle-aged man. Obviously, this fat, middle-aged man was secretly shot to death. This chaos spread among the crowd, and screams were heard everywhere. The customers in the restaurant had obviously noticed this scene. Many customers ran to the window to watch, and some even directly walked out of the restaurant. It seems that someone died. Song Haran suddenly said, "This kind of situation is relatively common here, but for you, it may be a bit uncomfortable. But after you get used to it, you won't feel anything. Besides," Luaccio looked at him. Song Haran didn't look outside at this time, and was still pouring the sweet appetizer into the cup. He was very calm, and the movement of his hands was unusually steady. Until the 3 cups were half filled, Song Haran picked up the cup in front of him, and then gently touched Luaccio's and Yu Ye's cups. Chapter 7, 75. The identity of the middle-aged man who was shot was quickly confirmed. Obviously, this dead guy had a high reputation in the local area. The deceased turned out to be one of the senators of the country's Senate. It was said that in the following personnel transfer, there seemed to be a further possibility. He could be said to be an important figure in the country's political system. At this time, people found that in addition to the senator's car that crashed into the shop, there was a protective car in front and behind it. However, now that the target of protection was obviously dead, their existence became very ridiculous. Assassinating a member of the Senate in the middle of the street? It's really frightening. Luaccio didn't touch the cup of aperitif poured by Song Haran, but looked at the panicked crowd on the street outside the window. Song Haran said indifferently at this time, "If you live in the slum next door for a while, you will find that this kind of thing is just a child's play. Of course, I suggest you hire a local as a tour guide. That will make you look safer. However, I don't think you are panicking." Song Haran's eyes changed a little. Luaccio said, softly at this time, "Maybe it has something to do with my family. My father is a police officer, so I've been influenced since I was young. I'm not too afraid of this kind of thing." "I see." Song Haran nodded. As for whether he believed this explanation or not, probably only he himself knew. And Song Haran himself didn't think that the young man and woman deliberately approached him. After all, at the beginning, it was he who took the initiative to walk into the flower shop, and it was also he who suddenly had the idea to invite them to lunch. Maybe they were not just ordinary people who came to travel. Unfortunately, Song Haran didn't intend to go further at this time. Maybe there would be a chance in the future. Thinking of this, Song Haran suddenly stood up, showing an apologetic look. "I think, after this kind of thing happened, the following lunch can't be carried out properly. What a pity. It should have been a pleasant lunch. Finally, a small suggestion. It's best that you leave this place before the local police arrive, if you don't want to face the local police investigation." "Thank you for your suggestion." We will consider it. Luocho also stood up, but it was just to send him off. Song Haran smiled. He picked up a cherry from the table and put it in his mouth. Before he left, he blinked and said, I hope it didn't affect your mood. If there's another chance, I'll treat you to authentic Spanish food. If there's a chance. Boss Luo smiled and nodded. Perhaps he could act more like a normal person. For example, when faced with such a situation, he could show the panic that an ordinary person should have. And Miss Maid would definitely cooperate very well. But he had already lost interest in this kind of disguise. Mainly, it was much easier for him to erase Song Haran's memory of him than to disguise himself. At this time, Miss Maid moved the decorative vase back to its original place and carefully adjusted the position of the fake flowers and leaves. Then she smiled. It seems that there will be more deaths in the next few days, but I don't know the purpose of iris flower. Luocho looked at the crowd outside the window and suddenly asked, What do you think of my uncle? He's very talkative. Yu Yi responded softly. Talkative? Boss Luo smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he suggested, It's too late to go back and prepare lunch. Let's go to other places and see if there are other special dishes. Today's harvest is very rich. We should reward you well. Miss Maid. Yu Yi naturally listened to her master. Before the arrival of the police, Song Haran got on a red off-road vehicle at the traffic light of the next street where the restaurant was located. In the front was a woman with long red hair and white skin, about 26 or 27 years old. As for the co-pilot seat, there was a man sitting in the front seat. Luvia and Oni. The two of them shouted at the same time, Military counselor. Oni raised his eyebrows at this time. After Song Haran got on the car, he said directly the target was hit and died on the spot. As for Luvia, she continued, no one noticed Oni on the route of retreat. Song Haran smiled and said, On the way back, let's drop off our tools at the next place we can use them. In addition, let's find a place to eat something to celebrate. It's a pity that I didn't have lunch just now. It seems that there is still some error in the calculation of time. Luvia looked at Song Haran's face in the rearview mirror and then focused on the front. She asked while driving the car, Military counselor, who are those two people? I just happened to meet people from my hometown, so I'm a little interested in them. Song Haran said casually, People from my hometown, that ancient eastern country? Luvia nodded and didn't continue to ask. Oni whistled, squinting his eyes, and said casually, The woman beside that eastern guy is absolutely the best. I'm willing to do it, even if I have to pay 1 million. Luvia's hand that was controlling the joystick turned into a fist and punched Oni's cheek. She snorted coldly. I shouldn't have rescued you at that time. Instead, I should have let you continue to work in that brothel and finally die on a woman's belly. Song Haran didn't care about the quarrel between the two people in front of him. Compared to the other outlaws in the iris flowers that his father had established, it was clear that Luvia and Oni were already at a normal level. He suddenly chuckled. Right, why don't I tell you the story of my adventure in the Amazon jungle? Luvia expressed that she was very willing to listen, and even turned the volume of the car's stereo to the lowest level. Oni, on the other hand, had a horrified look on his face as he said with an exaggerated expression, Oh my God, Luvia. Military counselor is going to tell his adventure story to trick little girls again. Ha ha ha. Song Haran smiled happily and then opened the window. He pointed at the wind outside the window with his finger, and then put it into his mouth to taste, revealing a beautiful smile. The weather in South America was still in summer, but in China it was a bleak winter. Perhaps because the weather was too cold, there were fewer pedestrians on the street. However, the training was in full swing. In the underground training ground of a pet hospital, 3 figures were crossing each other at a terrifying speed. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Xiaosheng, the owner of the Elysium Bar, was working hard to train his 2 temporary students. Zhuifeng, can you be faster? Is this your so-called godlike speed? It's just a little faster than a tortoise crawling. Xiaofei, did you masturbate too much last night? Why do you look so weak? In this case, you can't even tickle me. Not long after, Zhuifeng and Mo Xiaofei were exhausted. On the underground training ground, they collapsed directly in the yellow mud, sweating profusely. Sun Xiaosheng suddenly stopped, squatted between the two, and looked at them casually. Can't you do it? Mo Xiaofei could only gasp for breath, and he didn't even have the strength to respond. As for Zhuifeng, it was obviously the same situation. Unlike Long Shirua's gentle way of letting Zhuifeng develop his ability, Sun Xiaosheng, the new temporary coach, could only use his fists to do the talking. Strictly speaking, Mo Xiaofei's experience in fighting with people was actually very lacking. Although Sun Xiaosheng's training method was simple and rough, it was indeed very good to make up for his shortcomings in this regard. The same was true for Zhuifeng. Sun, Boss Sun, let me recover my monster power. Let's do it again. Zhuifeng finally regained some of his breath, and he squeezed out a sentence with difficulty. His monster power had been completely drained, and he didn't even have the strength to raise his arm at this time. It's really ugly. Sun Xiaosheng stood up with a yawn. When I was your age, I could already fight against 10 people. Even so, Sun Xiaosheng still stood up and stretched. I have a party at the bar tonight, so I will let you go. Moreover, if you still have the energy, you can come to my place to play. Kid, I will let you see the adult world. No, the final exam is coming soon. I have to review at night. Mo Xiaofei shook his head. Zhuifeng also shook his head and said, I also want to read books. Before Long Shiro left, she also left some ancient books about the knowledge of stars and her reading notes. For Zhuifeng, it was like a huge fortune, which made him willing to accept it. He could not extricate himself from the sea of knowledge all day long. Sun Xiaosheng showed a bored expression, and he didn't make any sound. When Mo Xiaofei was able to sit up, he could no longer see Sun Xiaosheng's trace. He couldn't even feel when this terrifying, monkey-faced guy left. Boss Sun is really powerful. Zhuifeng also sat up and said with yearning, I don't know when I can reach Boss Sun's level. There will be such a day. We are still young, aren't we? Mo Xiaofei encouraged a few words, then looked at Zhuifeng and said coldly, Zhuifeng, after the final exam, I want to go to Mount Tai. Mount Tai? Zhuifeng asked curiously. Brother, are you planning to travel? Mo Xiaofei just smiled, In fact, I plan to take advantage of the winter vacation to figure out some things. I just don't know if I can find it. Looking for someone. Who is it? It is said to be a descendant of some cloth sect. Mo Xiaofei shook his head. To be honest, I haven't even seen the whole person. I'm not sure if I can find it. I'm just going to try my luck. Zhuifeng's eyes turned, and he suddenly became interested. Brother, why don't you bring me along? I've been trained by Boss Sun all day, and I still can't beat him. It's very depressing. Let's talk about it when the time comes. I'm just thinking about it. I have to ask my parents if I want to go after the exam. I don't know if they will allow me to go on a long trip by myself. Mo Xiaofei smiled. There were still some things that he didn't tell Zhuifeng, which was the main reason why he made this decision. In recent days, after returning from Yan Wuyue's world, he often had a dream. In the dream, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood, shining spears and armored horses, and swallowing thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. But he still couldn't see who the figure was. If we want to go, should we call Cheese and Xiaojiang? Windchaser laughed heartily and said, The Windchaser Youth Squad can give you unlimited support. Big brother! Besides, if you are looking for someone, Cheese is a good helper. Mo Xiaofei rubbed Zhuifeng's head. Let's talk about it later. After leaving the pet hospital, Sun Xiaosheng didn't go back to his bar immediately. He suddenly had a craving. He wanted to eat Yu Danqiang's fish balls. Without any hesitation, Brother Xiaosheng came to the alley that sold various snacks. Brother Xiaosheng, don't poke me. I already said that I didn't hide the biggest fish ball. Yu Danqiang persuaded with a wry smile. Why is it like this? Why is this guy so obsessed with this big fish ball every time? And why do I hide one every time, and it doesn't change no matter what? Don't talk nonsense. If I can't find this fish ball today, I won't leave. Brother Shaoxing opened his mouth and showed a serious look. Yu Danqiang glanced at it and smiled without saying anything. He opened the newspaper and prepared to read it. I found it. It turns out to be hidden here. Oh, you finally found it? Yu Danqiang raised his head subconsciously, but his mouth, that was biting the cigarette, opened slightly, because he didn't know when, in addition to Brother Shaoxing, there was another huge guy in front of him. This huge guy was actually a very fat man. The bamboo stick in the man's hand was poking a fishball the size of a ping-pong ball at this time. This huge fat man, under the strange eyes of Brother Shaoxing and Yu Danqiang, swallowed the fishball into his mouth, chewed, and enjoyed it with a smile. He looked harmless. You. Brother Shaoxing narrowed his eyes and smiled. He said darkly, Don't you know that this fishball belongs to my brother Shaoxing? Really? Isn't it the owner who finds it? The huge fat man suddenly patted Sun Shaoxing's shoulder. I found it first, so it's mine, isn't it? Huh. I haven't met a guy who dares to provoke my brother Shaoxing for a long time. Sun Shaoxing twisted his neck and made a popping sound. I have been training these two little guys recently. I haven't been able to move my muscles and bones properly. Tell me your name. Sun Shaoxing, never beat a nameless person. This huge fat man, Sun Shaoxing, couldn't even notice when the other party appeared next to him. He even snatched the food from the tiger's mouth and found Yu Danqiang's fishball before him. Vaguely, Sun Shaoxing even noticed a dangerous aura from this huge fat man. But I'm not here to fight with you. The huge fat man continued to smile harmlessly at this time. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dong Zhuo. This time I came here to ask you if you are interested in joining us. Dong Zhuo. Who is he? I have never heard of him. Chapter 776. The reflection in the mirror revealed a body of solid muscles. There was not a trace of excess fat. It was as if every muscle had been measured by the most precise instrument and then pieced together. It was so solid that it might not be an exaggeration to describe it as steel. Wolf King Robber just glanced at it casually, then put on a gray vest, pulled the curtains of the room, and looked at the city outside the tall building through the floor-to-ceiling glass window. It was midwinter. The city outside was Geneva, the second largest city in Switzerland. That's right. He was rescued by a mysterious old man and crossed several different countries in a short time. He came to this city from the base built by the club in the Immortal Trail Forest. In this city that retained the distinctive architectural style of the previous world, Robber felt a lazy atmosphere. After all, this city and even this country had always been pacifist. Robber clenched his fists. Not long ago, he was injured because of the attack on the princess of the Xian Yuan family. After taking the miracle medicine that Einstein found from his so-called friend, he had basically recovered. The rest was just the problem of his inner breath. This was an injury that belonged to the ancient martial arts system of the Eastern civilization. It seemed that those miracle medicines that could heal injuries were somewhat ineffective. In the words of the old man, Einstein, it was the interference of different rules. It was the key to these miracle medicines being unable to fully exert their effects. Robert didn't know what the old man was talking about. He only knew that it didn't work. In addition, he finally knew what Einstein was talking about. He was a little familiar with this name at the beginning. Later, he remembered it after thinking about it carefully. The smartest person in the world, the greatest scientist. There were countless halos that shrouded Einstein. However, in the beginning, Robert just felt that this Einstein was not the Einstein. After all, the great Jew in history had died in the 50s and 60s of the last century. But that's right. I am the Einstein that you said died in the last century. Are you kidding me? Robert's hands suddenly pulled the curtains in front of the window close, and the room was suddenly in darkness. He didn't look back and walked out of the room directly. The apartment in this tall building was very luxurious. When Robert walked out of the room, Einstein was sitting leisurely in a chair reading a book next to the fireplace burning here. Luo Bo glanced at the blanket covering the old man's legs and subconsciously frowned. No matter how he looked at it, this guy looked like an ordinary old man who was afraid of the cold in winter. However, he had personally experienced the mysterious power of this old man. Seeing Robert come out, Einstein took off his glasses and put them into the glasses box. Who would have thought that such an ordinary old man's body contained the power that even Wolf King Robert, one of the 12 divine generals of the club, was afraid of? From the looks of it, you should be almost fully recovered. Einstein stood up while folding the blanket. My old friend is a very good alchemist. I told her about your situation. She said that you would recover in a few days, so I never doubted it. Is the medicine you gave me a product of alchemy? Robert frowned at this time. Is there a problem? Einstein cast a curious look. Robert shook his head. Nothing. The club also has its own alchemist, but I have never liked the things those guys tinker with. But as long as it can make me stronger, I don't mind trying it. Yes, we should accept everything in the world with tolerance. Einstein nodded and said elegantly, Child, I like your frankness. Robert didn't seem to be interested in being called a child. He sat down directly and frowned. I'm almost fully recovered. You said that you will give me great power. When will it start? Einstein waved his hand. Don't worry. I am your guide, but only after you pass the assessment. As for my assessment, I want you to help me with my research. It hasn't started yet, right? Then let's start quickly. Robert was dissatisfied. I don't like to waste time. This old man was too leisurely. It was simply a waste of life and time. Unfortunately, the research can't start immediately for the time being. Einstein said helplessly. Next, I plan to borrow the Hadron Collider buried here, but there's a little trouble in the middle. The people in the Institute are adjusting some of the subtle parameters, so I can only wait for a few more days. What the hell is the Hadron Collider? Robert expressed that he didn't understand at all, but the so-called adjustments and so on could be understood. He looked at the old man in confusion and puzzled. That thing, you should have the ability to adjust it quickly, right? Why don't you do it yourself? Oh, Robert, this won't do. Einstein shook his head and said, This collider was developed in the modern era. The scientists who presided over the development are making progress step by step. By overcoming different difficulties, they will be closer to the truth of science. How can I stifle their opportunities for progress? Did you know that science is always about learning from failures? Only then can it lead to success. It's really pleasing to watch the future generations of the scientific community make progress again and again. Robert frowned and remembered another word that the old man had just mentioned. Borrow. That thing is not yours. He looked at Einstein in surprise. Einstein smiled and said, Of course it's not mine. Didn't I say it before? This is something developed by modern scientists. It is buried under the mountains nearby. I just came over and plan to borrow some to do some interesting research. How long will it take to adjust it? You just have to wait patiently. Einstein seemed to be comforting him and said softly, Moreover, there is a small problem in the middle of your assessment. I'm afraid it needs to be revised. Are you kidding me? Robert was vaguely angry. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat this old man. No. This is indeed a little accident. Einstein sighed and said, The old friend I visited, the alchemist who gave you the miraculous medicine, asked me for a favor after hearing about your situation. Well, I once owed her a few favors. I really can't refuse, so I can only agree. I want to say that she also hopes that you can become her research object. Of course, I will never let her mess around. You can rest assured about this. You really treat me as a toy that can be fabricated at will. After all, he had an extremely proud bloodline in his body. Even if his strength was not enough, he would not surrender at will. "Calm down, child," Einstein hurriedly said. "Believe me, if you can survive, your strength can at least improve. After all, my old friend is a very great alchemist. You know, she has existed longer than me." However, they would be tempted by powerful forces. Robert took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. When his body was in the club, he had been transformed many times. He was equivalent to a toy for the crazy scientists in the club. Thinking about it this way, it was just a change of targets at this time. "When will your friend come?" Robert was silent for a moment and finally asked. "Soon," Einstein said confidently. "She said that she will come in 3 days. Please believe me, my old friend is a very punctual person." Robert suddenly remembered the other identity of this old man and frowned subconsciously. "Your old friend, is she also a historical celebrity?" "Celebrity? She should be quite famous, right?" Einstein smiled and said, "Her name is Catherine too. When Brother Xiaoxing's fist was 0.01 centimeters away from the fat face of the fat man who called himself Dongjua, he stopped abruptly. Fishball Chang broke out in a cold sweat when he saw the size of the cup. Brother Xiaosheng could easily beat 10 people at once. This was something that Yu Danqiang had witnessed many times since he sold fish eggs here for so long. But this fat man did not dodge, nor did he panic. It was as if he knew that the fist would stop. He was too calm. Could it be that this fatty was a hidden expert? But just as this thought appeared in Fishball Chang's mind, his entire body stiffened and he felt unwell all of a sudden. What did he see? The fat man who had just poked away the biggest fish egg that he deliberately hid actually stuck out his tongue and licked Brother Xiaoxing's fist at this time. That's right. It was indeed a lick. It was like a puppy sticking out its tongue and licking its owner in order to act coquettishly. Yu Danqiang even felt that after this action was completed, his mind was full of a strange sound at this time. Piar, 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 piar. You, the fist that was only 0.01 centimeters away from the fat man. Dongjua trembled slightly at this time. But Yu Danqiang would not be afraid because this was Brother Xiaoxing's appearance. This was clearly the expression of extreme anger. Who is this Brother Xiaosheng? He is the boss of all the entertainment venues in the attached area. Which KTV boss? Which nightclub manager didn't call out Brother Xiaosheng? He is Brother Xiaosheng, who can beat 10 people at once. Yu Danqiang felt that Brother Xiaosheng could be licked anywhere on his body, except for his fist. Brother Xiaosheng, who can beat 10 people at once. His status was achieved with his fists. His fists represented the dignity of Brother Xiaosheng in this red light district street. This was simply licking away the dignity of Brother Xiaosheng. Bang dash! In the end, the fist still smashed into Dongjua's face. Yu Danqiang swore that this was the most ruthless punch he had ever seen from Brother Xiaosheng. The fist deeply sank into Dongjua's face. It was like a fist imprint on soft soil. It actually dented the person's face directly. The person was not a rubber. If an ordinary person was hit like this, I'm afraid he would die soon, right? How could Yu Danqiang be afraid at this time? He was scared and sat directly on his stool. There was only one thought in his mind. Someone is going to die. When Brother Xiaoxing's fist was withdrawn from the fat man's face, Yu Danqiang clearly saw that the fat man's facial features were distorted at this time. It was completely dented on his face. It could be imagined how terrifying the power of this punch was. Brother Xiaosheng, hurry up! Yu Danqiang subconsciously wanted son Xiaosheng to leave quickly. After all, this was probably going to kill someone. But he soon found something wrong. First of all, under such an impact, the fat man didn't retreat half a step. What was even more incredible was that the fat man didn't bleed after suffering such a heavy blow to his face. Next, Yu Danqiang saw an unforgettable scene in his life. Fatty Dong stretched out his hand and pinched his dented nose at this time. Then he straightened his nose and pulled out his facial features. It was restored to its original state. The facial features that were pulled out seemed to be a little different from the original appearance. Fatty Dong just simply pressed his hands directly on his face and rubbed it a few times. He was really fine now. "Hi, you can take a beating." But Brother Shaosheng seemed to be quite excited at this time. He clenched his fist and hit Dong Zhuo's body crazily without saying a word. Ah-da-da-da-da! Is this the legendary Big Dipper magical fist? Yu Danqiang looked at the scene of countless fists pouring on Fatty Dong Zhuo's body. He began to recall his childhood and began to mutter to himself. After countless punches, when Brother Shaosheng stopped, Fatty Dong Zhuo's body was already covered with dense fist marks. He was like a piece of plasticine that had been ravaged. There was no intact spot on his body at all. But Brother Shaosheng didn't look happy at all at this time. Instead, he frowned and said coldly, "Yu Danqiang, don't pack up your things. Get out of here, quickly." Yu Danqiang didn't react yet. The fat man in front of him suddenly inhaled like a balloon. As he inhaled the air, the shocking fist marks on Dong Zhuo's body quickly disappeared one by one. The fat all over his body shook a few times in the air, then it returned to its original state. He showed the harmless smile again. Monster! Sun Shaosheng and Dong Zhuo were not the only ones in front of Fish Egg Stall. After all, Yu Danqiang's stall was so popular. Even at 6 o'clock in the cold winter night, it was still a place for many people who came back late to enjoy the warmth. When the first person shouted, how could those who wanted to see him take a video and upload it to their WeChat moments at this time? Not to mention the weird guy who threw punches that left after images behind. Just this fatty, who should have been beaten to death, was already quite scary. It's not good to make a scene. Dong Zhuo was still smiling at this time, but in the next second, he suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled once more. In an instant, a gust of wind blew. Those who were running away seemed to be involved in a huge whirlpool at this time, and Dong Zhuo's mouth was unbelievably wide at this moment. Chapter 777. In the depths of the Reiki River, there was a figure sitting with his legs crossed, like an old monk in meditation. There was no expression on his face. He was Xiang Lu, the orphan of the Xiang Lu family who had gone abroad. His hands and feet were still bound by the chains that came from the void. But compared to a few months ago when he was trapped here, he was much calmer and no longer roaring every day. Xiang Lu's purple eyebrows moved slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were hazy, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and then he calmed down. He let out a soft sigh and frowned, muttering to himself in a low voice. Being cleansed by this pure spirit qi every day has caused a miraculous change in my demonic qi, and my state of mind has become more peaceful day by day. The things that I used to think about now seem like a lifetime ago. After a long time, the resentment in my heart may really be washed away. But this is not what I want. Even if my resentment is washed away, I'll take advantage of the Reiki River's cleansing to improve myself. Then, he thought carefully, but immediately frowned again and looked straight ahead. The Reiki in front of him was crazily broken and finally turned into a crack. In the crack, there was a young man wearing black clothes similar to a Chinese tunic suit and a hat. The man came with his hands clasped behind his back and casually looked at the depths of the Reiki River. Finally, his eyes fell on Xiang Lu, as if he was thinking about something. Xiang Lu was also looking at him. Not many people knew about the Reiki River, but Xiang Lu intuitively felt that this mysterious man was not one of Long Shiruo's men. How did he get in here? The outer seal should have been repaired by Long Shiruo. It's amazing. The man slowly said, I've heard about the legend of Hakatus serpent, but I haven't been able to find its body. I didn't expect to see a similar species in the depths of the Reiki River. You should be Xiang Lu, right? Who are you? Xiang Lu stood up, and the chains on his body jingled. You can call me Oda. The man took off his hat and smiled. Then he asked curiously, "Then are you the guardian of this spirit vein? But it doesn't seem like it. Why are you imprisoned here?" Of course, it was because of the chains on Xiang Lu's hands and feet. But at the same time, Xiang Lu heard something else from the mysterious man's words. Xiang Lu sneered, "Oh, although I don't know who you are, it seems that you are eyeing this spirit vein. However, you don't seem to know whose territory this is. Is it Kelowna Shinryu?" The man named Oda replied indifferently, "It's a pity she's not in this city at the moment. We have just received news that she has temporarily left." "Of course. You're right. I do intend to take this spiritual vein. So are you intending to stop me?" Xiang Lu just sneered, but he also realized that the other party didn't seem to be alone. There must be some accomplices behind them. "Stop?" Xiang Lu shook his head and sat down again, saying indifferently, "I'm not interested. If you have the ability to take it, then do it. In other words, I'm looking forward to you taking it away." "I seem to be underestimated." Oda shook his head and didn't continue to say anything. Oda stretched out his hand and drew a line in front of him. It seemed to break the space, and then he took out a small bottle from a small crack. He opened the bottle, and suddenly a strong suction force came out of the bottle. The huge river of aura was crazily absorbed by this bottle. Xiang Lu opened his eyes wide, revealing a surprised and doubtful look. Oda's eyes were calm, and he seemed to be indifferent to the crazily flowing aura. Instead, he looked at Xiang Lu again and suddenly said, "What a pity. If you can go further, I don't mind being your guide. I see that you're unwilling to give up. Well, since you're trapped here, it's inevitable that your potential will be consumed. It's impossible for you to go further. I let you out for the time being. Let's see how far you can go in the future." Then, Oda directly walked toward Xiang Lu. His palm was vertical, and his 5 fingers were like a knife, chopping towards one of the chains. The moment he waved his hand, it emitted a mercury-like luster, as if the structure of his hand had completely changed. Xiang Lu's heart suddenly beat faster. If this mysterious guy could really cut the chain, a loud sound of metal hitting stone was heard. Xiang Lu's breath quickened, and then he showed a deep disappointment. Obviously, this mysterious man didn't cut the chain in front of him. Originally, even Su Zijuan, the princess of the Xianyuan royal family, couldn't do anything. How could this guy who came out of nowhere do anything? Oh, it's harder than expected. However, this didn't seem to frustrate Oda's confidence. Instead, it aroused his interest. His palm changed again. The silver light faded away, and the dark golden light appeared again. Then another loud sound was heard. "Ah ha 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 ha!" Xiang Lu suddenly burst out laughing. Looking at this mysterious man, he laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. "I thought you were great, but it turns out that you're just bragging." Humph! Even though he was laughed at, Oda didn't show any anger on his face. Instead, a cold light flashed in his eyes. It seemed that when he was about to deal with the other chains, the chains moved. Inch by inch, the chains began to extend from the void. They began to move around Xiang Lu, as if they were alive. At the same time, one end of the chain suddenly elongated and turned into sharp thorns, all aimed at Oda. At this moment, the spiritual chains suddenly shot out. They didn't look fast, but somehow they turned into a 3-dimensional sphere and directly enveloped Oda. Oda suddenly stretched out his hand, trying to catch one of the chains, but his hand was directly pierced by the thorns at the end of the chain. Finally, he showed a change of expression. It was only when the other 3 chains turned into sharp spikes that Oda bellowed in a deep voice, "Ghost cut!" A simple black, great sword appeared in Oda's other hand, and it blocked the attack of the 3-headed spikes. But in a flash, Oda's arm that was holding the sword was directly entangled by one of the chains. Even with his ability, he couldn't break free. Moreover, in the 3-dimensional space formed by the chains, Oda even felt that his whole body's strength began to flow away rapidly. The feeling of weakness made him frightened and angry. Finally, he saw the horror of these chains. Kelowna Shinryu doesn't have the ability to arrange these chains. Who is it? Countless thoughts flashed through Oda's mind, but he quickly made a decision. He struggled to break the three-dimensional square formation of the chains and directly rushed out of the Reiki River without looking back. However, in Xianglu's eyes, this guy was clearly running away. After Oda left, the chains didn't seem to have the intention to chase after him, so they slowly began to shrink. Xianglu's eyebrows twitched, but in the end he couldn't do anything. He sighed and closed his eyes again, but the chains didn't completely shrink. At this time, one of the chains suddenly shot into the void. It didn't disappear, but no one knew where it wanted to extend to. Screams of horror were heard everywhere. The huge suction force made Sun Shaoxing frown. Although the suction force from the fat man's mouth was not enough to threaten Brother Shaoxing. Perhaps the fat man just wanted to eliminate the nearby humans, and he didn't really do it. Among the many ordinary people who were swallowed, only one person could survive alone, Yu Danqiang. When his body was also pulled by this huge suction force, Brother Shaoxing grabbed him by the back of his collar and pulled him back, escaping the disaster. But even so, Yu Danqiang was already pale with fright at this time, looking at this magical and terrifying scene that would only appear in a supernatural movie. Compared with Yu Danqiang's horror, Sun Shaoxing showed a dignified look. Unlike Yu Danqiang, who was completely frightened by this scene, Sun Shaoxing saw more things beyond horror. This fat guy who claimed to be Dongjue was so unscrupulous to kill in the human society? Who was he? Didn't he know that this place was under the protection of Old Lady Long? Even Sun Shaoxing himself was a typical example of doing things his own way. In this city, he had learned to restrain himself early on. No, there's something wrong with the space nearby. Sun Shaoxing's eyes suddenly widened, and a flame-like brilliance flashed in his pupils. At this moment, with them as the center, the surrounding space was in a strange seal. The entire street, about 100 meters in front and behind, was completely in this state of seal. It's not as simple as a seal. Dongjue slowly closed his mouth at this time and returned to its original size. It meant that the humans around had been buried in his mouth and were completely swallowed by him. It was just that his reminder didn't change at all. It was really impossible to guess where the swallowed humans were hidden in his body. Dongjue opened his eyes a little at this time. His harmless face had a terrifying change because of this. The crescent-like eyes were actually black pupils. We call this space the Desolate Land. It is the extension of the gap on both sides. Even the will of the Lord can't penetrate here. Sun Shaoxing frowned, but he pushed Yu Danqiang away. Yu Danqiang was taken aback, but the next second he suddenly stabilized his body. At the same time, a golden light began to emit from his chest. The golden light turned into a light ball, completely enveloping him. The position of his chest was where Brother Shaoxing pushed him away. Brother Shaoxing said indifferently, "Hide aside." Yu Danqiang nodded quickly and trotted away. It was just that the surrounding area was pulled by Dongjue's terrifying suction force. The streets were like a typhoon passing through. Even the green trees had fallen down. Yu Danqiang really didn't know where to hide. He could only squat behind a private car that was overturned and poke his head out nervously. But when he poked his head out, he just met Dongjue's gaze. Yu Danqiang was suddenly scared out of his wits. He shrank back and trembled. He vowed never to look into the eyes of this man-eating monster again. "You seem to care a lot about this ordinary human." Dongjue looked at Sun Shaoxing with a smile at this time. "There are not many monster kings in the world. You are one of them. If the monster lineage knows that you have made friends with a human, aren't you afraid that they won't let you play with them?" "Huh." Sun Shaoxing suddenly picked his ears. "Who said that I am friends with him? I just think that the fish balls made by this human are edible, so I am more tolerant of him. Besides, even if I am willing to make friends with him, so what? Why do I need to explain to others what I do?" After saying that, Brother Shaoxing began to clench his fists. His knuckles cracked as he slowly walked towards Dongjua. Don't think that I will be scared by you just because you came up with this pretentious, desolate land. You dare to snatch my fish balls. You don't know how to spell death. F***CK. How many people have died, and they can't even be compared to a fish ball. Yu Danqiang, who was hiding behind the private car, felt terrible when he heard it. He seemed to hear the wailing of those humans who were swallowed. I am a company executive, a social elite. I earn hundreds of thousands per second. You can't be compared to a fish ball. I am a teacher of the people. I have students all over the world. You can't be compared to a fish ball. I am the street dance king of Changle. I have won the international championship. You can't be compared to a fish ball. But no matter how Yu Danqiang cursed in his heart at this time, Brother Shaoxing had already punched at Dongjua at this time. The punch had no momentum at all, but it was unbelievably fast. Dongjua seemed to be unable to dodge it, and the punch slammed into his round face again. Bang! Dongjua's huge body flew out and slammed toward the end of the long street. However, in the end, he seemed to hit something and was intercepted. Son, Shaoxing frowned. I'm afraid this is the edge of this barren land. This so-called barren land may be some kind of alternate space that temporarily replaced part of the main world. Fatty Dongjua fell to the ground, but he quickly stood up and patted the dust on his body. He looked clumsy, which made people unable to feel how powerful he was. But son Shaoxing couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He naturally knew how powerful the punch was just now. But this guy clearly looked like he was fine. Could it be that the defense of his fat was heaven-defying? I don't like violence. Dongjua stretched his neck, which was almost invisible, with a smile on his face. But I like it very much, huh? Brother Shaoxing exhaled at his own fist. However, at this moment, a cold light shot from the sky. It was a strange chain with sharp thorns at the front. The chain was extremely fast, and it wrapped around Dongjua's body in an instant. He seemed to be unable to react, but the chain had begun to tighten. Under Sun Xiaoxing's surprised gaze, this chain directly wrapped Dongjua's body in circles of fat, as if it would break him at any time. Chapter 778. The humans who were spat out did not suffer any obvious external injuries, but their eyes were closed and they were unconscious. With Sun Xiaoxing's ability, he could naturally hear the heartbeat of these healthy humans. There should be no major problems as long as they woke up. After all, they were swallowed into Dongjua's body once. It was hard to say if there were any other sequelae for the time being. However, Sun Xiaoxing couldn't figure out the origin of the chain that came from the void. He was even more amazed that this chain could make Dongjua spit out all the people he ate. But it's so F***king cool. This damn fatty began to act inexplicably as soon as he appeared. Now he acted like a fool. A dash! When the last human was spat out, Dongjua suddenly let out a painful cry. Obviously, it was unbearable for him to spit out the things he ate again. Brother Shaoxing sneered at this time. He jumped up directly and punched Dongjua's skull. As the saying goes, beat the dog when it's down, take his life when he's sick, double-cross, and knock on the door with a stick. Brother Shaoxing had been in the gray area for many years. He could be said to be self-taught, which was quite impressive. I'm not a brave warrior with noble character and unquestionable integrity. Boom! The fist directly hit the hardest part of Dongjua's skull. Sun Xiaoxing clearly felt that the other party's bones were broken this time. In fact, with this punch, Dongjua's entire head was smashed into a deformed shape. He was locked by the chain. At this time, he had no resistance at all. His body fell to the ground like mud. The chain slowly loosened after Dongjua fell, but it did not leave. Instead, it suddenly lengthened and rampaged in this desolate land. It was like the light in a world full of mirrors. It kept refracting in front of Sun Xiaoxing's eyes, but it seemed to be touching the edge of this desolate land. The spike at the end of the chain, with the chain, bypassed the trees and lifted them up again. A vigorous breath of life began to spread around. In the blink of an eye, the trees had been restored to their original state. Only the scattered leaves were scattered on the ground. Crack! There seemed to be a cracking sound. The moment the sound was heard, Brother Shaosheng felt the connection between himself and the main world again. It seemed that the chain had directly broken through this desolate land. It came from the void, and when this desolate land was destroyed and the fallen tree was reborn, it retreated along its original path and disappeared in the end. It was impossible to see what its intentions were. However, after the scene in front of him passed, Sun Shaosheng understood the meaning of this magical chain. Don't make trouble here. Don't destroy this place. Could it be something left behind by the old woman? No wonder she is so relaxed. She can just leave like that. Sun Shaosheng rubbed his chin and thought for a while, but he felt that such a magical chain didn't seem to be the style of Kelowna Shinryu. However, in this city, other than the Shinryu, Sun Shaosheng really couldn't think of anyone else who had the ability to set up such a terrifying chain. Suddenly, a beautiful face flashed in Sun Shaosheng's memory. In that encounter, almost all the hair on his body was burned away, and he fled in embarrassment with a naked butt. That's not right. The people in that place won't wake up early if there is no benefit. Why would they protect the city? Sun Shaosheng immediately denied this idea. But Dong Zhuo still fell in the original place at this time. Sun Shaosheng simply didn't think much at this time. He walked to Dong Zhuo's side, raised his leg, and kicked this guy's huge fat body. He thought about whether to directly throw this guy into the furnace of the garbage incinerator to end all troubles. Shao, Brother Shaosheng. In the distance, Yu Danqiang finally mustered up the courage and ran to Sun Shaosheng in a panic. He wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. Sun Shaosheng glanced at Yu Danqiang and suddenly said, I may not come to you to buy fish eggs in the future. In addition, if you want to live a more comfortable life in the future, forget what happened today. Brother Shaosheng? Yu Danqiang called. At this time, Sun Shaosheng directly picked up Dong Zhuo's body and jumped high. The next moment, he had jumped on a building next to him and disappeared in a blink of an eye. After a while, the people around began to wake up. They saw that they climbed up from the ground one after another. Their eyes were blank. They looked around and saw that the cars on the street had fallen to the ground and garbage was everywhere. It was like a typhoon had passed through, but the trees were unscathed. They couldn't help but marvel. What's wrong with these guys? They seemed to have forgotten what happened. Yu Danqiang was stunned. He remembered what Sun Shaosheng said before leaving. He suddenly felt a little lost in his heart. Probably I won't be able to see this strange person in the red light street in the future, right? But it turns out that there is a world that I don't know. He silently cleaned up his fish egg stall. He only felt that he had been selling fish eggs here for more than 10 years. His life was ordinary. Dozens of years of life were not as wonderful as this day. Yu Danqiang shook his head. After all, he was just an ordinary person. No matter how dangerous this world was, he estimated that he was just an onlooker in an Ultraman fighting monster scene. He sighed and picked up the folding stools that were blown over one by one. What is this? Under a folding stool, Yu Danqiang built a sign in confusion. It was about the size of half a palm. It had gold and silver edges. There were messy patterns engraved on it. He couldn't tell what it was at all, but it seemed to be pure gold. Yu Danqiang subconsciously put it in his mouth and bit it. He wanted to test the hardness of this thing. But at this moment, this strange sign suddenly glowed and produced a hot feeling. Before Yu Danqiang remembered to get rid of this thing, his body seemed to be attracted by something. This strange sign suddenly turned into a black light ball. It swallowed Yu Danqiang and then disappeared. No one noticed that the vendor who had been selling fish eggs here for many years had disappeared. In the garbage incinerator, Sun Shaosheng threw Dong Zhuo, who looked like a piece of rotten meat, directly into the furnace. He watched this guy's body begin to burn. Soon after, he was burned into black charcoal. He nodded. This should be enough, right? The temperature in the incinerator was naturally very high. To be honest, it was more powerful than the means of some world Taoists. Brother Shaoxing sighed at the horror of human technology today and thought about the bar party in the evening. As for what happened today, he had long forgotten about it. Since he gained wisdom and obtained that thing, he had become one of the few demon kings in the demon realm. Sun Shaosheng just felt that he was just a monkey in a drunken stupor. He didn't intend to take responsibility for anything in the world. However, not long after Sun Shaoxing left, the black charcoal in the incinerator suddenly broke open. A strong and almost perfect body walked out of this huge charcoal. He walked in the flames and finally walked out unscathed. His muscles could overshadow all the bodybuilding champions in the world. However, such a healthy and beautiful body did not last long before it began to swell up. Not long after, it became a body full of fat again. Since I was burned in Chong, and I haven't been roasted by fire for a long time, he stretched his neck. When he was about to take the next action, the air around him suddenly split open. Oda, who was dressed in black and wearing a hat, frowned and walked out. Dong Zhuo saw that Oda's clothes were torn and he was holding a weapon called Ghost Cutter in his hand. He squinted and smiled. It seems that you are not going well, Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. Oda frowned deeper. It seems that our intelligence is wrong. In addition to Kelowna Shinryu, there is a mysterious force guarding this city. The collection of the spirit vein failed. I'm afraid that I have to put my plan to guide Sun Shaoxing aside temporarily. Dong Zhuo opened his eyes slightly. Although this spirit vein is very useful, it is not without a substitute. Since it is not easy to take, let it rot here. Arax, who I guided back last time, said that there is a representative in this city. I'm afraid the chain is the work of that person. Oda snorted coldly. He seemed to be still dissatisfied. Dong Zhuo said indifferently, Demon King of the Sixth Heaven, don't be discouraged. If the guardian of the city is in the transaction of that place, even if we go all out, we can't make trouble here. Not only us, but all the existence is so insignificant in front of it. Oda frowned again. No solution? Dong Zhuo spread out his hands. No solution. Oda said in a deep voice, why do we transcend? Dong Zhuo turned and left, saying indifferently, of course, to find the answer behind no solution. Oda pondered for a few seconds and finally snorted, I'm going back to Aichi. I won't go back. There is a guy with good potential there. I plan to guide him. I'm going to eat. She had just bought some fresh ingredients from the supermarket outside. The seafood was very good. The servant girl, who was processing the unique fresh prawns in the kitchen, seemed to be in a good mood. But at this moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the table. A chain slowly crawled out of the crack like a pet. It finally climbed to Miss Maid's hand and wrapped around her wrist. The chain made a slight, buzzing sound. Miss Maid didn't stop picking the prawn string. After a while, she said indifferently, got it? Go back. The chain slowly loosened from Miss Maid's wrist and returned to the original path, finally disappearing. Do you need help? Boss Luo came in with a small pot of mint. It was one of the potted plants planted in front of the counter in the lobby. It grew at an unreasonable speed. Every time it was picked, it would grow back the next day. It was a common item used by Boss Luo and Miss Maid to mix drinks or cook. Well, Master, can you heat up the oil? Are you going to make fried prawns? Yes, do you like it? Boss Luo smiled and began to pour cooking oil into the pot. Yi said softly, Master, there's a detached person who wants to take away the ley line in your house. Boss Luo didn't care too much about the result, because it was an established fact that they couldn't take away the ley line. Luocho looked at the golden oil in the pot, and the bubbles slowly emerged. He suddenly joked, the gap between the two sides extraordinary and scientific. Speaking of which, There are many notes on extraordinary people with different levels of power in the extraordinary side. For example, the divine power system, the realm of the Taoist world, and the level of the monster race. But the scientific side doesn't seem to have a strict definition. Yu Yi blinked and asked curiously, "Master, are you going to classify the scientific side? How do you divide it?" Boss Luo smiled and said, "When I was a child, I liked a character called Tokawadai Super Electromagnetic Gun. How about LV? LV1, LV, and so on?" Miss Maid asked, "Then what should be the benchmark?" Boss Luo said with his imagination, "It's better to include pure physical strength in the scientific side. No, it should be through genetic modification and other means to obtain the same extraordinary power. For example, Prometheus, a species created by humans. In addition, superpowers like Mo Xiaofei, who developed the brain, should be the same. After all, the development of the brain seems to have been studied by the country since World War II. Then, should the armed force be counted?" Yu Yi began to extend the master's new definition. "Then, use the kinetic energy produced by the most basic pistol bullet as the benchmark for LV1. Then, extend it to the threshold that can be reached by the same level of ability. But there are too many types of superpowers, and some are purely auxiliary. For example, how to define a person who is born with strong mental strength but can only be used for hypnosis?" Boss Luo smiled and said, "It's simple and crude. So, for the time being, just calculate the destructive power. Classifying the scientific side is just for convenience. Speaking of the excellence of the ability, it still depends on the environment at the time. Let's start to create this database for the time being and divide it slowly in the future. After all, we have a lot of time." Thinking of this, Boss Luo suddenly thought of some ideas when he was a child. He smiled and said, "In the end, let's convert both sides into combat power. For example, the combat power of an ordinary person with a shotgun can be defined as 5, and the combat power of an ordinary monster that has just reached adulthood can be defined as 50. Well, the oil temperature will do. Let me do it." Miss Maid smiled faintly. She stuck the peeled shrimp with fried powder and put it into the hot oil. Golden yellow. When the bullet was fired from a very long distance and successfully pierced through the forehead of a graceful middle-aged woman in the next second, Oni quickly left the place where she fired the shot. In an open-air tea house in the distance, Luvia nodded at Song Howren almost at the same time. Song Howren, who was reading the newspaper, folded the newspaper and said, "So, there's only one target left. Are you ready?" Luvia nodded and said, "I've got the admission ticket for tonight's theater." "Good job." Song Howren looked at the hot Luvia and smiled elegantly. "Beautiful, Miss Luvia. How about I choose a suitable evening gown for you?" Roar. Chapter 779. Director Jose's nickname was Greedy Fat Pig. As the name implied, the fat pig was naturally because of Director Jose's fat, which could make anyone frown. But even so, the number of women who were willing to climb onto Director Jose's bed could form a 100-meter-long line. Most of these women were from good families, because he was the head of the official violence organization in this city. The foreign media had joked more than once that the police in this country were more violent and dark dictators than those blood-soaked gangs. Director Jose clearly interpreted the foreign media's remarks very well. In fact, 13 years ago, Director Jose was not a greedy giant crocodile. However, since the so-called UPP began, the state violence organization liberated many slums in the so-called bloodless way, which was the stage of the greedy fat pig's wealth taking off. As for why, of course, it was because of the World Games that had just been held not long ago. In order to make people feel that this country, especially this city, was not as bad as the media reported, this country's political system could be said to be full of magic weapons. Of course, the results were very impressive. As for whether this effect would continue, it was a matter of opinion. But for Director Jose, it was a matter of no importance, because his wealth had been accumulated to an amazing extent. Even if he threw away his official position, he could still be a forthright tycoon abroad and continue to enjoy his life. However, Director Jose Smoot was obviously very irritable these days. For example, the hot secretary in front of the office was driven out a few minutes ago with a pale face. Director Jose enjoyed having the hot secretary kneel under his desk and perform the services he liked the most. Of course, basically it was because Director Jose was actually too fat, and if the secretary's legs were really lifted up, he might suddenly die. Looking at the wrong secretary, everyone just pretended not to see. A plaything that was no longer loved, naturally, had no value to flatter. As for why Bureau Chief Jose was so agitated, it was probably because of the murder cases that had happened over the past few days. From gang leaders to local councillors and important businessmen in the economic field, the people who had died in the past few days were all people with great power. The anger behind this was something that even this greedy pig couldn't bear. At this time, Director Jose, who was full of fat, suddenly opened the door of his office. Just as everyone was wondering whether he was going to walk out of the office directly, this tyrannical director said in a booming voice, "Tonight, the speaker is going to watch the performance at the Municipal Theatre. Make sure all the security measures are in place. If anything goes wrong, I won't let you off easily." The speaker was a real big shot in this country. It was no wonder that Director Jose was in such a bad mood. Perhaps because of the frequent murders of important people, the upper echelons of the country were vaguely uneasy. "Theatre stop!" An empty prompt came from the bus. Caroline leaned against the window and glanced at the Municipal Theatre outside the bus. This kind of splendid building was very dazzling, making Caroline withdraw her gaze a little uncomfortably. She inadvertently saw a few police cars parked here, which attracted Caroline's attention. The police even began to pull up a police tape here. Probably some big shot is coming here tonight. In her impression, this theater was used to hold some cultural activities that highlighted the country. It also held programs such as XX Music Festival. Caroline shook her head. Although she could become an elegant lady in an instant to take care of the needs of the guests, there was actually no change inside. Of course, when the man tore off her clothes, the so-called elegance naturally disappeared. Therefore, she only had one thought about this place used by the upper-class nobles to show off. When will I have the money to buy a place as big as a castle to live in? The passengers on the bus obviously noticed the police force at the theater like Caroline did, but they didn't discuss it. Ordinary citizens didn't care about national affairs. Not to mention, she was a practitioner who walked on the edge of the law. Later, the bus passed through a closed section of the road. A high wall was built on one side of the road, completely blocking the line of sight on that side. Caroline glanced at these long walls with some annoyance. Such a wall was naturally not used for defense. Its only function was to block the scene on the other side of the wall. Yes, on the other side of the wall was the place where she grew up, the chaotic place. Caroline sneered. Everyone on the bus was already accustomed to it. It didn't seem to matter. "Hospital, here we are, dash." Caroline got off the bus and glanced up at the medical facility, which was the best building in the city. The sunlight was a little dazzling. The sunlight was emitted on the dense glass, making Caroline frown. Only the air conditioning in front of the hospital made her feel more comfortable. "I want to register." The internal medicine department. Caroline walked straight to the crowded front desk. It took her more than half an hour to get her number, but by the time it was her turn, it was already afternoon. Caroline thought for a while and walked straight to the inpatient department. The main purpose of coming to the hospital this time was to do a detailed examination. She didn't know if her fertility was gone, but she had to at least get a grasp of her physical condition. Even if her fertility was taken away in the future, she would at least know what went wrong after a checkup. As for walking to the inpatient department, it was naturally to visit. It wasn't a talented young musician who was blind or had trouble with his legs. Because Caroline wasn't Cinderella in fairy tales, there was no such encounter in romance novels. In the first place, Caroline didn't believe in something as consumable as love. It was not the kind of love interest in a melodramatic movie, and naturally it was not a sick relative. It was even more impossible for her to adopt a terminally ill child who needed hospital care to survive. Even if there was such a thing, Caroline felt that she would give up in the end because of the exorbitant medical expenses. She would use her savings and even have to bear debts for a burden she picked up out of a moment of kindness. Caroline believed that her soul hadn't sublimated to that level of greatness by chance. "It's just a dying colleague." The prostitutes in the district were used to calling her Nia, including Caroline. Nia was more than twice as old as Caroline, in her mid-30s. Women of this age, even if they didn't take good care of themselves, were probably at the level of an auntie. However, Nia, who was staying in the ward, looked haggard at this time. Her body was dry, and her hair was falling out. No matter how one looked at her, she looked like an old woman in her 60s. Her situation was very complicated. It was said that because she had done many abortions, it eventually led to uterine lesions, which turned into cancer. In addition, because she didn't cherish her body, she had symptoms of liver cirrhosis. It seemed that even the body's immune system had problems. She was basically using her life's savings to wait for death in this hospital. Nia was a senior who took care of Caroline in the early days after she ran away from home. After knowing about Nia's condition, she would come to visit for 1 or 2 days a month. Basically, it was when she was on her period and couldn't do business. "I bought flowers. Let's put them in first." Caroline glanced at Nia on the hospital bed. This was probably the saddest last scene of a sex worker's life. Caroline couldn't even see more hope for survival in Nia's eyes. She didn't seem to have children, so naturally she didn't have a lover. As for the issue of family, there was probably a question mark. Anyway, Caroline had come a few times, and she hadn't heard of anyone else who came to visit this dying person except for herself. In fact, every time Caroline saw Nia's appearance, she would be scared for a while. Suddenly, she felt that the person lying on the hospital bed was herself. The scene of her looking at the ceiling in despair, without blinking, made her legs weak and breathless. "Do you want to eat an apple? I'll peel one for you." Caroline pulled out a chair and sat in front of the bed. Nia didn't say anything, but her gaze shifted and fell on Caroline, as if she had just noticed that there was someone she knew beside her. "They said they can do an operation for me. If it's successful, I have a 50% chance of surviving." Caroline, who was concentrating on peeling an apple, suddenly heard a dry voice. She widened her eyes and looked at Nia. Nia was also looking at her at this time. This was the first time Caroline didn't see a lifeless look in Nia's eyes. "But I don't have enough money," Nia said slowly again. You want me to help you." Caroline instinctively guarded Nia's gaze at this time and hesitated. "You know, I can't afford much. If it's too much, I can't help it." Caroline subconsciously moved her position and blocked the handbag behind the chair. Inside was the bank card with a huge amount of wealth that she carried with her. "I know." Nia shook her head with difficulty. Her gaze made Caroline feel very uncomfortable, and Caroline subconsciously looked elsewhere. Nia said slowly, "I want you to help me find someone. He is a lawyer and a regular customer of mine. He can help me." "Lawyer?" Caroline was surprised. "It seems to be a rich man." "Maybe it's a love story," Caroline guessed. "I want to ask a lawyer to help me sell my property. I want to try this surgery anyway." There was a strong desire to survive in the eyes of this dying woman. Caroline frowned. "I'm afraid your house is not worth much." That kind of old house in the slums basically couldn't be sold. Even if it was sold, it was obviously not enough in Caroline's opinion. This hospital was burning money every moment. "I still have a house in the West District." Caroline was very surprised. The West District was a newly developed area dominated by high-class residential areas. The house prices there were high, and the working class couldn't afford it at all. House! Nia already had her own big house long ago. This dying woman had already completed her goal long ago. It was just that she was about to die, but now she had to sell her house in order to survive. Caroline had an indescribable feeling of discomfort. Later, it was time for her examination. Caroline did a lot of examinations under the instructions of the doctor and nurse in a daze. As for the results of the examinations, it would be a week before she knew. In this regard, Caroline didn't care as much as she did at the beginning. She only knew that she finally agreed to Nia's request to try to find the man who might have had a romantic relationship with Nia when she was young. So, am I time traveling or am I time traveling? Looking at the endless darkness in front of him, or the scene of chaos and nothingness, Yu Danqiang, who had been standing in this place for a while, subconsciously scratched his armpit. It was itchy. He was now on a huge platform that extended from one side. The floor tiles on the platform showed a jade-like color, but the material was obviously not jade. Yu Danqiang was very sure of this because he had a piece of jade that was passed down in his family. Yu Danqiang frowned again, turned around, looked up, and looked ahead, a huge palace. Yu Danqiang couldn't tell what the style was, but this palace was much grander than any picture of a palace he had ever seen. A huge, majestic palace built on a huge platform, and this platform was floating in nothingness and chaos. If he hadn't seen a superhuman battle before coming to this place, Yu Danqiang would have thought that he might be dreaming. He subconsciously pinched the sign in his hand. There was no doubt that he came to this place because he picked up this sign, but the key was, what the hell was this place? He had been in this place for a while. Although there was no signal on his phone, he could still watch the time. More than half an hour. How should I go back? Would he encounter something terrifying in there? At this moment, a shadow suddenly flew out from a pavilion of the huge palace, getting closer and closer. Yu Danqiang used all his eyesight and finally saw the true appearance of the shadow. It was a very cute girl wearing a blue one-piece swimsuit that was only popular in a certain island country, and there was also a yellow duck swimming ring on her body. The girl had short hair and looked about 12 or 13 years old. She seemed to have noticed that there was suddenly an extra person on the edge of the platform, so she quickly landed. "Little girl, where is this place?" Yu Danqiang swallowed his saliva. In all honesty, he didn't have any special fetish for this kind of girl. He just wanted to know where he was. Of course. Seeing this girl coming from the sky, Yu Danqiang also felt nervous. The gap on both sides, the paradise lost in the void. The girl responded with a blank expression, then looked at Yu Danqiang from head to toe, suddenly frowned, and asked without saying anything, "How did a good-for-nothing uncle like you come in?" Chapter 780. How should he put it? It should be said that his life was as ordinary as a textbook for the first 35 years of his life. Ordinary junior high school, ordinary high school, ordinary college, and then the life of an ordinary office worker. He ran business, sold insurance, worked as a security guard for a few months, and also worked as a part-time worker in a territory. In the end, he became a hawker who sold fish balls in a cart. His father passed away a few years ago, and he still had an old mother at home. Now he lived in his sister's house, and he only saw her a few times during the Mid-Autumn Festival. He didn't have his own property, and the place he lived in now was a few years ago, and the rent had doubled by now. Yu Danqiang wanted to heroically say in front of the fat landlady, "I don't want to rent this lousy place anymore," but the rent outside was a bit more expensive. He didn't have a girlfriend, so he usually went to the red light district to satisfy his physiological needs. Every day he stayed in front of his fishball stall, and when there were customers he would grab a few bowls of fish balls or cook some hot and sour noodles. When there was no one around, he would sit down and read newspapers, novels, or watch TV. His favorite drink was Budweiser, and his favorite meal was the egg noodles under the apartment building. His favorite place was a foot massage center not far from the apartment. He didn't have a girlfriend and lived alone. He thought of raising a kitten or a puppy, but he thought that it was too troublesome to clean feces, so he gave up. When he was a child, he liked to read a manga called Fist of the North Star, and he still liked it now, but he was too embarrassed to read it in front of others. Am I really a good-for-nothing? Thinking of this, Yu Danqiang didn't feel as excited as he imagined when he heard this cute little girl in a swimsuit call him. Even if he was excited, he actually didn't dare to show it. This was a little girl who could fly. Furthermore, she was in this strange place. Who knew what kind of terrifying methods the other party had up their sleeves? At this time, the swimsuit girl's eyes fell on the token in Yu Danqiang's hand, and slightly opened her mouth in surprise. Eternal Night Command? Why do you have this thing? Eternal Night Command? Yu Danqiang subconsciously looked at the strange token he picked up. This swimsuit girl seemed to recognize it. Yu Danqiang immediately quivered. Little girl, do you recognize this thing? I picked it up and brought it to this place. Since you recognize it, can you send me back? I promise I won't say anything about this place. Although he was a good-for-nothing uncle, Yu Danqiang clearly knew that he had unintentionally been drawn into a terrifying whirlpool. He just wanted to get out of this situation. Being a good-for-nothing was better than losing his life. The Eternal Night Medallion can be picked up so easily. Do you think I'm an idiot? The swimsuit girl's tone suddenly became unfriendly. The girl's gaze suddenly became fierce, like a sharp sword light, which made Yu Danqiang's heart tremble. He secretly thought that this little girl was very scary. I really was picked up. Yu Danqiang quickly explained the cause and effect of his arrival here. A fat guy? Can it rise back up after being flattened? Brother Shaosheng? Chains. The swimsuit girl frowned. I know you're talking about a fat guy. And the Eternal Night Medallion in your hand actually belongs to that fat guy. But I'm curious, how did you, an ordinary person, manage to drive the Eternal Night Medallion to the crevice? As for the chains you're talking about, every time the swimsuit girl asked a question, Yu Danqiang's face turned ugly. Obviously, he wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. He was indeed just an ordinary, good-for-nothing uncle with no redeeming qualities. If there was any redeeming quality, it was probably that he was a human with a true soul. I understand. The swimsuit girl relaxed her brows. Yu Danqiang didn't even have time to be afraid, but asked curiously, What do you understand? Dong Zhuo might have encountered some trouble at that time, so he planned to use the Eternal Night Medallion to return. But he didn't succeed in the end, and it was picked up by Brother Shaosheng. That's why the Eternal Night Medallion was left behind, and you accidentally picked it up. Yu Danqiang said with his mouth wide open, but I don't know how to use this thing. Could it be that I have a legendary special physique that can trigger this thing to activate itself? It's an illusion of life, thinking that you're the protagonist. The swimsuit girl said indifferently, the Eternal Night Medallion won't stop after it's activated. Although Dong Zhuo was taken away, it just kept on activating. You happened to pick it up, and it transported you back. You don't have to think about it. You have neither natural talent nor bone structure. You are indeed a piece of trash. I'm really sorry. Okay, I'm a good-for-nothing anyway. I'm worthless. Why don't you send me back? I promise I won't say anything. Yu Danqiang patted his chest and said, I'm not good at anything else, but I'm good at keeping secrets. The swimsuit girl said expressionlessly, Better than a dead person. In an instant, Yu Danqiang felt as if he had fallen into a freezer. Cold air rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and he collapsed to the ground, his legs trembling slightly. However, at this moment, a sharp and terrifying cry suddenly sounded from behind Yu Danqiang, causing his ears to hurt. He instinctively turned his head to look, and his scalp immediately went numb. He saw that in the endless chaotic void in front of the platform, swarms of terrifying creatures were flying over. They were humanoid in shape, but they looked like monsters molded out of mud. On their backs were tattered, bat-like wings that were almost rotten. Their facial features couldn't be seen, and their eyes and mouths were just empty holes. What are these things? Yu Danqiang got up, his whole body trembling. It was too terrifying. It was like doomsday. There were hundreds and thousands of these monsters, and they were all flying toward this place at high speed. Looking at their posture, Yu Danqiang thought of locusts passing by. Original Void Devil, a life form unique to the crevices on both sides. They can be seen everywhere here, the swimsuit girl said calmly. But they're rarely seen on this scale recently. Is he your... Fishball Chang suddenly remembered the fatty who couldn't be killed, so he quickly changed his words. Is he your enemy? Are they here for you? The swimsuit girl looked at Yu Danqiang and said, The original Void Devil is here for you. You're a true soul, and to the original Void Devil, you're the most delicious thing in the world. I'm afraid all the original Void Devils wandering around here have smelled your scent as soon as you appeared. Yu Danqiang subconsciously took a few steps back and approached the swimsuit girl. However, he suddenly heard the girl's cold snort, and he stopped in his tracks, trembling in fear. He could only plead, Save me, but the swimsuit girl didn't say a word, and her eyes were cold and detached. Yu Danqiang's heart was beating like a drum, thinking that these terrifying monsters were coming for him, and that he was in their territory. Come to think of it, the huge palace on this platform often fought with these monsters. Now that he had led their enemies to their doorstep, they must be unhappy. Would he die? Yu Danqiang knelt on the ground powerlessly, his eyes full of despair. Facing those terrifying monsters close at hand, Yu Danqiang could even imagine himself being torn apart and devoured by these monsters in the next instant. Indeed, he was just a good-for-nothing at this moment. An even more terrifying and shrill roar came from a large number of original Void Devils. The large number of Void original demons made way for him, as though they were terrified. At the same time, a huge monster more than 10 times the size of these original Void Devils charged madly from behind. Oh, even the Void Yuan Master is here? The swimsuit girl looked up. Looks like you animals have been starving for too long. It's just the most ordinary true soul, and you're all attracted here? That monster more than 10 times the size was completely different from the other original Void Devils. Its shape resembled a rotting Western dragon. This Void Yuan Master was roaring madly at the swimsuit girl. Its wings suddenly spread open, and its huge mouth opened at the same time, spitting out a gray ball of light. The swimsuit girl didn't move at all, facing this huge gray ball of light. She softly murmured, Ganjiang Amo Xie. At this moment, 2 simple long swords appeared on the swimsuit girl's left and right. Then, with a swing of the swords, they flew out together, stabbing at the gray ball of light. Yu Danqiang didn't know if this gray ball of light was powerful, but he knew that this Void Yuan Master must be very terrifying. Otherwise, it wouldn't make so many original Void Devils move aside. Even if there was only one original Void Devil, if it was released to the outside world, it would probably scare people to death. The 2 simple long swords directly broke through the ball of light, and without losing momentum, they directly stabbed at the Void Yuan Master's head. That Void Yuan Master didn't seem to be able to dodge in time, and its pair of broken wings were directly cut in half by the 2 swords. It let out a shrill cry, and the terrifying number of original Void Devils in the surroundings seemed to have gone mad. They all flew out, dauntlessly charging at the swimsuit girl. The swimsuit girl snorted coldly again, and the 2 simple long swords instantly turned back in the chaotic void. 1 into 2, 2 into 4, the 2 simple long swords actually split into over 100 sword lights at this moment. The sword lights formed groups of 4, forming a wheel. They rapidly rotated and scattered above the huge platform. Countless original Void Devils were crazily cut down by these sword lights. A large number of original Void Devils were cut down. Faced with the continuous miserable cries, Yu Danqiang's face was already pale. In the end, he even forgot to be afraid and just stared blankly at the invincible back of this swimsuit girl. With a miserable cry, the Void Yuan Master's huge figure was already far away from this place, as if it was fleeing for its life. As for the original Void Devils that were attracted, they had all been cut down by this swimsuit girl's sword at this moment. When all the sword lights disappeared and finally turned into two simple long swords and fell back to the girl's side, she looked at the fleeing figure of the void Yuan master from afar. She frowned and murmured, "Now, 9 out of the 10 famous swords in the world are in my hands. If I can get John Liu, this sword will be perfect. At that time, even the Yuan ancestor above the Yuan master I will... You? Who are you?" Yu Danqiang looked at her, his eyes full of reverence. "I'm the 37th generation of Ojizi from the state of Yu. Hidden sword." Yu Danqiang didn't care whose granddaughter this girl was. At this moment, he was only afraid that those horrible monsters would come again. At that time, if this girl didn't make a move, he would definitely die. "Well, will they come again?" Fish Ball Chang asked with a sad face. "The Yuan master was injured by me, so he won't dare to come again in the short term." "The swimsuit girl," Hidden Sword said indifferently, "but the original Void Devils only have instincts. The original Void Devils are endless in this crevice. Even if you are very far away, they can still find you. As long as you continue to stay here, they will find you sooner or later. Then send me away." Or would this girl directly kill him for convenience? Yu Danqiang began to be alarmed again. Unexpectedly, Hidden Sword suddenly looked up and down at Yu Danqiang and said coldly, "Your true soul might have some background. Otherwise the Void Yuan Master wouldn't have been attracted here. He can feel the threat and knows that this Eternal Night Palace can't be easily touched. But he still came. You, what do you want to do?" Yu Danqiang suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. "Use you as bait to kill the original Void Devils and replenish the Eternal Night Palace." Yu Danqiang opened his mouth, only to see that the bodies of the monsters that had fallen on the platform after being killed actually melted little by little and finally drilled into this huge green jade platform, as if they were being swallowed by this platform. F***CK. Yu Danqiang suddenly felt like he was an old piece of cured meat tied up by hunters in the desert to provoke their prey. "I want to go home." Where is the promised golden finger of adventure? Since he came to this country in South America to search for the origin of his bloodline, Boss Luo naturally wouldn't stay in the club the whole time. There were still 10 minutes until 7:30 in the evening. Luocho was already wearing a tuxedo and standing in the middle of the lobby. At this moment, Miss Maid, who was wearing an evening gown, slowly walked down the stairs with a smile on her face. Luocho also smiled at this time and said, "Speaking of which, this is the first time we're going to a concert." As he said this, the boss had an extra booklet in his hand. This was the promotional booklet for the concert, which introduced the origins of the performers and also the program list of the concert. The servant girl's hand gently held the boss' arm, and the two went out like this. It was naturally inconvenient to be in a tuxedo, but for Boss Luo, who had the address here, he could naturally move freely within the city. Of course, there was no need for invitations. Just like ordinary walking, the two who were holding hands were already walking in the corridor of the municipal theater. The orange-yellow light illuminated the surroundings, and the temperature of the air conditioner was just right. Otherwise, for a man wearing a tuxedo on such a hot day, he was afraid that he would be embarrassed before the concert started. The concert starts at 8 o'clock. Yu Yi looked around and then whispered to the boss. Luocho nodded, but his eyes turned to the side. In the dim light, Song Haoren was looking at the time on his arm. Today he was still very handsome. The handsome smile reminded Luocho of his father, the face that could only be seen in photos now. "Do you want to say hello?" The servant girl asked softly. If it wasn't obvious who could see the existence of the two, but Luocho shook his head. "My uncle should have something to do, so we can't disturb others during working hours. Let's maintain the most basic courtesy." With that, the boss led his female companion tonight into the concert hall. Song Haoren covered his arm with his sleeve at this time, then frowned and looked at the entrance of the corridor in front of him with doubt, but found nothing. Then he heard the crisp sound of knocking on the floor. Song Haoren was no stranger to this sound. It was the sound of high-heeled shoes walking. Luvia wore a fiery red spaghetti strap dress. Her hair was coiled up, and her proud figure attracted a lot of attention as she walked. But she walked very slowly with her hand on the wall. Song Haren looked at her and greeted her with a smile. Luvia seemed to want to walk faster, but she suddenly lost her balance and threw herself at Song Haren. From a distance, she looked like a lady who was not used to wearing high-heeled shoes and couldn't keep her balance. But Luvia, who threw herself into Song Haren's arms, whispered, "Military counselor, Oni has successfully sneaked in next." Chapter 781. It wasn't evening yet, so the summer evening naturally came later than usual. It was a well-decorated coffee shop. Of course, the price was also enough to make the general public frown. According to Caroline's temperament, she usually wouldn't come to this kind of place to spend money. But she was waiting for someone, and the other party had specified this place. She had no choice but to order the cheapest black coffee here. Soon after, a middle-aged man walked into the coffee shop in a hurry, looking around as if he was looking for something. Caroline knew this was the person she was waiting for. The lawyer friend Nia asked her to contact. At 6:37 p.m. Caroline glanced at the time again. It was too late. She didn't know if she dared to get on the bus back. If it was too late, she would have to choose another route, which would require her to pass through several unfamiliar areas. Although she was also a local, there were obviously differences between the districts. "You're Caroline?" The middle-aged man quickly found Caroline's seat and sat down without hesitation. Caroline felt something called time on the other party. She noticed the man from the moment she entered the door. He looked at the time 3 times until he sat in front of her, twice on her watch and once on the wall clock in the room. Dressed in a suit and leather shoes, he was meticulous, his expression was serious, and his eyes were deep. Basically, the appearance of an elite was displayed in front of Caroline. The man's name was Carlo. Before Caroline could speak, Carlo went straight to the point. "Before we talk, Miss Caroline, can you tell me what your relationship with Nia is? Family? Or her daughter?" Caroline didn't feel impolite when the other party asked this question. Instead, it made Caroline feel that this man probably didn't remember who Nia was talking about at all. The reason why he appeared was probably because of a business deal. Perhaps this man wasn't as glamorous as he looked. Perhaps the business of the law firm he ran wasn't good. He even urgently needed this commission to pay for the rent, utilities, and employee salaries of his law firm this month. That was why he made himself look professional. Caroline's perspective in this regard was not bad. After all, as a sex worker, as a prostitute, she had come into contact with too many types of men. She had seen rich men, and she had slept with rich men. As for peddlers and pawns, they were naturally not a problem for her. She could recognize people, but she didn't have enough confidence to deal with any type of person. She knew that she didn't have enough knowledge to face these men who always wore a mask. You would never know what they were thinking. Men were actually more fickle and difficult to grasp than women. "I'm Nia's friend." Carlo looked at him and gave such an answer. Or perhaps the other party had already guessed what kind of work he was doing from this answer. Caroline was too familiar with Carlo's gaze at this moment. However, the men who came to her for service basically all looked at her as if they were inspecting goods. Carlo nodded. "Miss Caroline, according to what you said, Nia is looking for me to handle a property in the West End for her, right? It wasn't convenient to talk about it over the phone. I want to ask you about the commission fee this time. How much does Nia want? Do you have the authority to negotiate with me on her behalf?" "She only asked me to find you to help her." Caroline didn't know how to answer. Perhaps it would be better to nod at this moment, but she was obviously hesitant about some of the responsibilities she needed to bear after nodding. "There's no need to carry any more burdens. Finding this Carlo is already within my power." Caroline thought so and immediately said, "Maybe you should go directly to the hospital to see her. She's in a bad condition now." Carlo wasn't impatient at all. Instead, he carefully asked about Nia's request. His attitude was very strict. Looking at the other party's nonchalant questioning, Caroline really couldn't handle it, but she couldn't help but have another thought in her mind. Maybe this man can really help Nia. Looking at Nia's appearance, the surgery should be very urgent. However, the resale of the property was not something that could be completed overnight. Moreover, the property in question was expensive, but it was also a serious problem to find a buyer immediately. How about this? Can you take me to see Nia? Carlo suddenly suggested at this time. I think it's better for me to talk to the person involved in this matter in person. I can write you an address. Caroline thought of the bus back and declined politely. She suddenly didn't want to go back and look at the lifeless Nia. She had thought about this problem before. If Nia's illness couldn't be cured, she was bound to meet Nia's last days. She just didn't know when she started to stop thinking about this problem and not think about what would happen if Nia suddenly died of illness. She didn't want to bear anything. She had fulfilled Nia's request. If this man could help, she would naturally help for the sake of the reward. If he couldn't help, then there was nothing she could do. Carlo could easily afford the cost of Nia's surgery, but she needed to use the huge bank card on hand. However, she didn't want to use this wealth at this time. She felt that out of all the people Nia knew, she was the only one who would visit her in the hospital and help her find a lawyer when she was in trouble. She had done everything she could. There was nothing more she could do. Thinking of this, Caroline suddenly felt at ease. Carlo didn't force it. After taking the address, he quickly left. What made Caroline angry was that although this guy left in a hurry and looked like he was eager to visit Nia, this guy didn't pay the bill. She randomly ordered dessert and a sandwich in the coffee shop, hurriedly finished it, and left the place, planning to take the bus back. Before getting on the bus, Caroline received a call from Livia, asking where she went. Caroline just said that she took on a business outside, and now that it was done, she was planning to go home. Livia told her that it was better not to come back for a few days, and that it would be better to hide outside for a few days. She was also planning to leave. The reason was, Boss Neymar died and the gang was in chaos. The gang's second-in-command, Ronald, and the people who supported Neymar's eldest son began to fight for territory. In addition, because Joseph in the next area also died mysteriously, the boss of the next area also clamored to hand over the murderer, or else they would invade. During Caroline's absence today, many people had already died because of the fire. Caroline thought for a moment, picked up the phone, and called Carlo, who had just left. Mr. Carlo, I changed my mind. How about I go back with you to see Nia again? I'm a little worried about her. Who are you? This is a private room. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. On the upper floor of the Municipal Theater Recital Hall, there were individual rooms in the circular corridor. This was a VIP room for the truly rich or people with very high status to watch performances. Of course, on normal days, you could also get in with some money. But today's event was a friendly event with the consuls of neighboring countries, so it was naturally different. The person who shouted should be a bodyguard. He was very tall and had an iron-blooded aura. He might have been a soldier in the past, or rather, he was a soldier now. Obviously, the identity of the people in this room was not simple. As for why the bodyguard chose to shout at the beginning instead of directly using force to expel them, on the one hand, he didn't want to make it public. On the other hand, it was naturally because he didn't know the origins of the two intruders. The woman was very beautiful, and the man next to her had an Asian face. Those who could enter this concert were either rich or noble. The origin of this young man and woman was probably not simple. Can I borrow this place? The beautiful woman in a black evening dress smiled slightly and clapped her hands gently. Because of the stockings, the clapping sound was not very loud at all. But the bodyguard heard the sound, and he heard it very clearly. His consciousness was instantly confused, and his eyelids were extremely heavy. After a few breaths, he closed his eyes directly and fell to the ground. At the same time, there were several different sounds in the room. They were all sounds made when people fell. This was obviously an extraordinary power. In fact, Luaccio intended to do it himself, but Miss Maid would always be one step faster than him. In fact, Luocho quite enjoyed the feeling of sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor, let alone other things. It was naturally pleasing to have such a beautiful maid to solve all the trivial matters for him. What was also pleasing to the eye was the orchestra that was entering the concert hall below, regardless of whether they knew how to appreciate the sounds made by the following instruments or not. Looking at this orderly entrance, they could always feel a trace of professionalism. Luocho liked the orderly arrangement of the people below, which made him associate everything with tidiness. Being neat and tidy was naturally the most beautiful. Of course, the VIP box had no windows. It was just a single stand. There was a partition between the two stands. As for the front, naturally one could see another stand across the circular corridor. However, wasn't there a little more bodyguard in this VIP box? Master, we seem to have encountered something interesting. Yu was tidying up the people who fell on the ground. Binding let these guys fall on the ground casually. Naturally, it was not beautiful if they fell on the ground one by one. Boss Luo, who was used to encountering things when he went out, was obviously not surprised. He just looked at Yi curiously. Of course, even in such an open VIP box, from the outside, nothing happened at all. It was not a fantasy. It was the easiest way to make people outside unable to see what happened here. What's the interesting thing? Yi pointed to the man who was obviously protected by several bodyguards, and then reached out to pick up a pen from the collar pocket of the middle-aged man. Boss Luo did not see anything special about this pen. If he had to say something, it was probably a very good-looking badge mark on the pen. Of course, it could only be seen after careful observation. Because of this badge, Miss Maid nodded and whispered, "This is the internal mark of the Lominst Leiden Company. This company's headquarters is in the United States, and its main business is the production and launch of military satellites." Boss Luo had heard that this country was quite unlucky and had not been able to develop the satellite industry. It seemed that there was a big explosion because of the launch of rockets in the past, and a large group of aviation elites were directly destroyed. "Look at the invitation," Luocho suddenly said. Yi quickly found an invitation and handed it to Luocho. Boss Luo glanced at it and then said indifferently, "It's in the name of a wine company's distributor. It seems that he is hiding his identity. Do you need to read his memory?" Yi suggested. If he could get ready-made information, he naturally did not need to buy it through the altar. This was naturally in line with Boss Luo's consistent principle of self-updating. So Boss Luo nodded without any pressure, and then stopped paying attention to this businessman's matter, because soon the content behind this matter would be completely presented to him through Miss Maid's oral narration. Speaking of which, if there is really a great deal, why do they all like to choose this kind of place? The lights began to dim. The performance officially began. Schubert, Ninth Symphony, greatness. Compared to greatness, I prefer the Eighth Symphony, unfinished. I heard it a few years ago in Vienna, and I still remember it. Sitting in the ordinary seats in the hall, Songharan spoke in Luvia's ear while holding Luvia's hand. In the eyes of others, they were like lovers. While feeling the warmth from Songharan's hand, Luvia seemed to be in a very good mood. She curiously asked, "Why is it called unfinished?" "Because he only wrote 2 chapters before stopping." Songharan shrugged. Then he looked at the orchestra in the concert hall with an infatuated gaze. "But it's precisely because it's unfinished and we don't know what's behind it. That's why it's so fascinating, like the lost arms of a beautiful goddess." Luvia was taken aback. She really did not understand how a woman without arms was beautiful. But since the military counselor said so, then so be it. Halfway through the concert, Songharan glanced at the time on his watch. At this time his phone vibrated. It was a message. "Terminate the operation." This was a message from the Iris Flower headquarters. Songharan furrowed his brows. Luvia keenly caught the change in his expression. Songharan did not say anything. He just tilted the phone screen so that Luvia could see the content. This, Song Howren, on the other hand, nodded indifferently. It seems that we can listen to the entire concert. Chapter 782. As one of the top 10 military enterprises in the world, Lomensliden was a well-deserved giant in the industry. Think about it, a company that undertook the military satellite launch and other services of the world's #1 hegemon. How powerful was its background? And the owner behind this company was probably someone who could be received politely by the leaders of ordinary countries. That world's hegemon was controlled by many plutocrats, and Lomensliden was naturally one of them. And the one who came to Rio this time was the moneyman behind Lomensliden, the talent of the Leiden family. As for this talent, he came with the Colombian Exchange Group. Interestingly, this talent of the Leiden family even got an identity as a member of the Exchange Group, a private satellite launch vehicle technology development agreement. After listening to Yu Ye's account, Boss Luo began to ponder. The following performance happened to be paused. In fact, it was also because the performance happened to be paused that Yu Yi seized the time to report the information to her master. As the world's #1 hegemon, they actually plan to develop this technology with a country whose technology is far behind. Luocio shook his head. It's more appropriate to call it technology sales. Miss Maid smiled slightly. The person who privately discussed this matter with the Leiden family this time seems to be an important member of the opposition party in this country. Boss Luo nodded and suddenly raised his eyebrows. I heard that the current president of this country was impeached not long ago due to a corruption case, but he survived. Even so, he doesn't have much time left in office. Yu Yi nodded. So, the opposition party wants to get this technology so that they can increase their bargaining chip before the next election. But the technology this time should be quite outdated. Even if it's outdated technology for a country that doesn't have it, it's still worth it. Luocio said indifferently. Technology, as long as they keep the lead, it's fine. After all, technological progress can't be suppressed. Instead of putting it on the shelf and eventually becoming a waste, it's better to suppress the remaining value. That's the right way for a capitalist. But after all, satellites are a reflection of national strength. Perhaps the Leiden family's action this time is also very secretive. Maybe it's a private matter? It's the mining and development of oil resources in this country. The Leiden family seems to be planning to enter this country's economic lifeline. After all, it is one of the BRICS countries. It is very rich in resources, and the geographical environment is very good. Miss Maid sneered. Boss Luo nodded. At this time, he casually waved his palm in front of him, and 3 oval light curtains appeared. A man's appearance was reflected on each of the light screens. They were among the guests sitting in the hall below. As for the 3 men, they would occasionally glance at the VIP room. Luocio blinked and instantly understood. He said softly, someone from the FBI? Looks like the Leiden family's actions weren't hidden after all. Boss Luo glanced at the unconscious men in the back seat and said with interest, I wonder if Song Howren's mission has anything to do with this? It's not fun to know everything at once. Let's slowly observe the next development. But, Miss Maid looked at him curiously. Luocio smiled and said, Don't you think fate is very interesting? My father was a policeman who was dedicated to the public and died in the line of duty. But his brother became the leader of a mercenary group abroad. He committed all kinds of crimes and killed people like flies. However, as the descendant of this bloodline, he also embarked on a different path. The sound of the orchestra sounded again. Symphony No. 9, great, too. Majestic, high-spirited. They called the leader of Iris Flowers Papa, which was Song Howren's father. Of course, Song Howren also called his father Papa, which meant the same as everyone else. During the intermission, Song Howren left his seat. The original planned time of action had long passed. Oni didn't take action. Naturally, he saw Luvia's gesture. In the bathroom, Song Howren who had checked that there was no one here, quickly changed the chip in his phone to another one. "Hello, Papa, what's the matter?" At the other end of the phone, it was Papa, the leader of Iris Flowers. Song Tianyu said in a low voice, "I just got the information that there will be a situation at the theater. Someone buried a bomb in the theater." Song Haoran was startled, and then his expression became dignified. "Who is it? How many bombs are there? What about our action this time?" Song Tianyu seemed to know that time was pressing, so he spoke a lot faster. "It's not our employer. The bomb, this time, seems to be the work of some remnants of the armed forces. This concert is for the exchange between Brazil and the neighboring countries. The consuls of several countries are also present." After listening, Song Haoran rubbed his eyebrows. "Is it that group of lunatics who have no weapons and no men? But it's their style to not know about the bomb. So I'm really at a disadvantage. The last part of the action bumped into the enemy's muzzle? According to the intelligence sources, the bomb installed this time is enough to blow up the entire theater. Anyway, you need to evacuate immediately." Song Tianyu said quickly, "I will personally explain the situation to the employer. Moreover, if the target dies directly because of the explosion, maybe we can save a lot of effort." Song Haoran suddenly said, "Papa, I'm afraid it's a little difficult for me to evacuate. The feast of this group of dangerous guys seems to have begun." Symphony No. 9. Great. Aye, the third chapter had already begun when Song Haoran and Papa were talking on the phone. However, in the high-pitched sound of the orchestra, Song Haoran suddenly heard a scream. In one of the rows of seats in the almost full concert hall, a handsome man kept apologizing and finally succeeded in sitting next to a woman in a red evening dress. Luvia. Looking at the man who occupied Song Haoran's seat, Luvia frowned and said unhappily, "Oni, you should retreat and leave immediately. Why did you come back here?" The man. Oni showed a playboy smile at this time. "I saw the military counselor leave. I'm afraid you'll be lonely. How is it? What do you think of my clothes? I just found it backstage. It should be the spare clothes of a performer. You can consider it a dog." Luvia answered impatiently. Oni was surprised and said, "The military counselor said dog is used to describe a gentleman. It seems it's really good." Luvia frowned. The meaning of this sentence could be understood as long as one knew a little about the culture of that country. Obviously, Oni did not care about the culture of his motherland mentioned by the military counselor in most cases. "Yes, he's really a dog gentleman." Luvia resisted the urge to laugh, but soon she became serious and lowered her voice again. "Papa has given the order to temporarily stop this operation." "Papa!" Oni blinked. Papa's orders were generally not simple. He was about to speak, but his shoulder was patted by the person in the back seat. Oni glanced at him, subconsciously. The person in the back seat gave him a reproachful look and made a gesture to keep quiet. The concert hall needed to be quiet. Oni showed an apologetic look. When he was about to say something, he suddenly saw a surprised look in this guy's eyes. He kept looking at the stage in the concert hall. At this time, the most exciting moment of the third movement, the whole orchestra stopped at this critical moment. The concert hall quieted down instantly. All the audience now stared at the conductor of the orchestra. The conductor had fallen to the ground, motionless. A cellist in the orchestra hurried to the conductor's side, wanting to check the situation. However, when he helped the conductor up, he saw that the conductor's white shirt was dyed red. Someone at the most exciting moment of the movement shot the conductor to death. In front of the first row of seats, a luxuriously dressed woman screamed in panic. And the screams of panic spread like a plague in an instant. The horrible beginning was so scary, but the real horror was yet to come. The thunder-like sound was particularly clear in the concert hall with excellent soundproofing conditions. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to inform you that you've been kidnapped." The sound echoed in the concert hall. It was the sound of the loudspeaker. "There is a third party. In the VIP room, Boss Luo looked at the source of the sound from all directions and finally fixed his eyes on a room directly above the stage. That was the place where the lighting and sound equipment were controlled. Song Howren's assassination party. Chapter 783. Fates intertwined here. Humans and humans, all living things. Evil. The root of chaos came from death, although death was not unfamiliar in this country. But the real death was still far away from the rich. They were well protected, and even the law served them. Convenience, comfort, privilege. They played with all the good things, but never thought that one day death would appear so close. The one with the red blood on his chest should be a famous conductor. In some ordinary countries, he might be a national treasure. Such a dazzling life was gone. The conductor's life ended on the stage, at the peak of the orchestral movement, and he really buried himself in the great symphony. But obviously, the audience was not willing to praise the famous conductor's deeds at this moment. They were more concerned about the situation at the scene. They were kidnapped. Then, what was the police chief named Greedy Wolf's fat pig, who had arrived early before the concert? What was he doing? This guy, who only knew how to swallow the country's property to the maximum limit, had reached the point where he could no longer be used and could give up. An old man sitting in the VIP box at the top was looking at the fat pig of the Greedy Wolf with a stern look. Director Jose felt that he was really wronged because, in order to ensure the safety of this place, he had begun to transfer manpower since the morning. Every guest who entered the theater had to go through several checks to confirm their identity before they could enter. As for the staff in the theater, each of them had been investigated. How did the thief get in? Not only did he come in, but he even brought a weapon in and killed a conductor in front of everyone, in this kind of international exchange event. Although this kind of exchange event was always held in various names throughout the year, the key point was that even this kind of formal exchange event was essentially an exchange between countries. Director Jose had never thought of going further and getting closer to the center of the country's power. He felt that as long as he could sit in his current position, wait for the arrival of retirement, and then become a rich man in a Western country, it would be enough. However, after this incident, he was afraid that before being called Fat Pig of the Greedy Wolf, he would be labeled as incompetent. Mr. Speaker of the Senate, please believe me. I will ensure your safety and control the situation as soon as possible. Jose looked at the angry old man in horror. This old man had the power to make him step down with just one word. Let's hope so, Jose, the elder said in a low voice. After all, I don't want to lose a colleague. Jose wiped his sweat and nodded in a panic. Don't worry, in order to ensure the order of the venue, I have deployed the most elite men. By now, they must know the situation at the scene. I believe that they will be able to capture this group of lawless people very soon. The old man snorted coldly. Compared to such promises, he preferred to see tangible results. Perhaps Director Jose's prayer worked. The door of the VIP room was opened in the next moment. Several well-equipped men in police uniforms quickly walked in. Jose cursed in his heart. These guys were too awesome. He had just finished speaking, and they immediately appeared. Now, the old man should be able to appease some of his anger, right? The fat pig of the Greedy Wolf had already planned to reward these elites who rushed in front of him and the old man. Mr. Speaker of the Senate, look, these are the troops of the UPP. For the sake of safety, I deployed a small team this morning. Jose said proudly. The old man obviously knew that there was something wrong with the UPP, because a few years ago, in order to safely complete the World Games, the country made up its mind to eliminate the forces in the slums and complete the control of these criminal areas. And the troop that completed this great action was the UPP troop. Compared to Jose's pride, the old man just nodded calmly. He looked at Jose and said, Mr. Jose, I hope you can control the situation as soon as possible. I don't want to see any more loss of life. You know, many of the guests here are friends of our country. Sure. Jose nodded quickly. then moved his hundreds of pounds body to the front of these armed men. He said in a rough voice, "How many of you have come in? Have you controlled the location of the bandits? Who is your leader? Let him come to see me as soon as possible." "Okay, he will come to see you soon." The leader of the group revealed his pearly white teeth and looked at Jose with a smile. "After all, it would take too much time for a fat pig like you to walk over. Well, he will come soon." "Very good." Jose nodded with satisfaction, but his face suddenly froze. What did he just hear? This guy dared to call him a fat pig? But before Jose could get angry, he was kicked in the abdomen. This kick seemed to be about to burst his spleen. Jose fell to the ground and screamed, "You dare to attack me? Are you rebelling? It seems that you haven't figured out the situation." The big man sneered, then pulled out a pistol and pointed at Jose. "I really don't understand how an idiot like you can sit in your current position. You are the bandits who kidnapped me." Jose was shocked at this time. He didn't see that the UPP's men had been swapped. He finally understood how the bandits could get in so easily. Even if you made an airtight defense, you couldn't withstand the damage from the inside. From the beginning, the bandits had mixed in with his men. The pistol was pressed against Jose's forehead. This greedy fat pig raised his hands in horror and begged for mercy. "Don't kill me, I'm just a nobody." "Of course I know you're just a nobody who is being controlled." The man with the gun coldly snorted and said, "However, I don't know if your fat can block my bullet and save your life. I really want to know. Save me." Jose subconsciously looked at the old senator with a pleading face. The old man looked at Jose as if he was looking at a dead man. He had been through a lot and sat on one of the thrones in the center of the country's power. At this time, he was still calm in the face of danger. The old senator said indifferently, "Killing him is of no use to you. No matter what your origin is, I don't want to see more casualties tonight. Since you said this is a kidnapping, what are your conditions?" "Not many conditions, only two." All of a sudden, a quick voice came from behind the several big men in UPP uniforms. Then, the burly men stepped aside, and a man in the same uniform walked in. The roots on his face made him look very rough, but his soft and fine curly hair made him look especially delicate. This man was around 35 or 36 years old. This man exuded a dangerous aura. The senator frowned. He didn't like to deal with this kind of murderous guy, because this kind of people often didn't act according to common sense, and all the rules in the world couldn't regulate their way of action. "Oh, are you their leader?" The old senator was still calm, and his eyes quickly glanced at the concert hall below. Nobody knew when it started, but all the exits of the concert hall had been blocked. The fake police officers in UPP uniforms, holding sharp weapons, were facing the panicked crowd. On the stage, a group of orchestral players and reunions walked down the stage with their hands on their heads, under the threat of several gun-wielding murderers. The situation was unexpectedly serious. "My name is Roger." The man smiled and then took a few steps forward. This kind of VIP box naturally provided wine service. Roger seemed to be interested in the wine on the table, but the way he drank was as rough as the stubble on his face. Roger blew into the bottle, burped, touched his lips, and then said, "2 conditions. Let all UPP troops remove all slums in Rio and release some people from prison." The old senator did not respond, but quickly thought about Roger's intention. But Roger did not give him more time to think. "2 conditions. If you can't fulfill the first one, I'll kill 1 person every 10 minutes. If you can't fulfill the second one, I'll still kill 1 person every 10 minutes. "What?" At this moment, the old senator was obviously caught off guard. That was why he hated dealing with such lunatics the most. He could not help but frown. "Your conditions, especially the first one, are not something I can agree to right away. You have to know that the withdrawal of UPP troops requires the consent of Congress. As for the second condition, who do you want to release?" Roger took another sip of wine. walked to the front of the stands, and looked down at the sheep-like crowd below. These people are really happy. I really want to see their unfortunate faces. Well, let's see who is the unlucky one tonight. Roger turned his head to look at the senator with a grim smile. He did not even look down, just pulled out his pistol and casually fired a shot. The gunshot was like a clap of thunder in the concert hall, and the people below immediately screamed. However, when the head of Parliament saw this, his face immediately turned pale. This guy was a complete lunatic. He actually fired a shot into the crowd below without even looking at them. It seems that these guys are very lucky. Roger took a look and said regretfully, "It's a pity that I didn't hit anyone. But next time I won't shoot so casually. Senator, can you agree to my conditions now?" "I can agree to your conditions and release the people you want to release." The old senator gritted his teeth. "This is my sincerity. But the first condition is not something that I can give an order to do alone. You have successfully threatened me, so there is no need for more cruelty. Please let us find a peaceful way." Roger shrugged. "I want to see these people in front of me within an hour." Roger named the names one by one. In the eyes of the old head of Parliament, all of them were heinous people. The people who were asked to be released were the leaders of some gangs who had been captured by the UPP during the violent suppression a few years ago. At the same time, I'll give you an hour to convince everyone in the Senate. Roger knocked the stand with the pistol handle. "In fact, I'm quite good at shooting if I don't shoot blindly." No matter what, at least he could buy an hour. The old senator hurriedly took out his phone. The evacuation of the UPP troops was not a joke. It was equivalent to returning the control to those lawless guys. It was equivalent to the government bowing down to those thugs. However, the hostages here were also, "By the way, there have been a lot of murders during this time, and they were also your doing, right?" The senator frowned and asked. He did not really want to get an answer, but just wanted to talk to the other side more. Maybe he could wait for more information. Information meant more bargaining power. Does the incompetent government intend to pin the crime on us because they can't catch the murderer? Roger sneered. It doesn't matter. We don't care about such a crime. In addition, Mr. Senator, you still have 54 minutes. Anyway, taking hostages in such an international exchange event, and there were international friends among the hostages, was bound to cause problems in national diplomacy. This crime was serious enough, and a few lives were nothing in Roger's eyes. But who was the one who assassinated those guys behind? The gang leaders, the members of the Senate, these dead guys seemed to have no connection. I know. The old senator glanced at Roger with hatred. But if they were not on Roger's side, then who was behind these murders? Bang! Before the call was connected, the old senator was startled. He saw Roger blowing slowly at the muzzle of his gun, with a playful expression on his face. Of course, the gunshot just now was from Roger. This guy fired at the crowd again. "Mr. Roger, you said you would give me an hour." The old senator was indignant, glaring at him. "But I can't always wait for you for an hour, right?" Roger narrowed his eyes, pointing the muzzle downwards again, and kept moving, as if he was looking for a target, killing people for fun. Seeing this, the old senator did not dare to hesitate any longer. The moment the call was connected, he shouted, "I'm Treffman. Let the president answer the phone. Right now." Black as ink, without any possibility of mixing with any color, Boss Luo gazed at the direction of the VIP room on the upper floor, whispering to himself, "Although this color is theoretically possible, it's the first time I've seen pure evil. In terms of quality, it's surprisingly high. Everything that was kind and beautiful was naturally incomparably precious. However, where there was light, there was darkness, and extreme violence was naturally very difficult to find.